Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Wednesday, October the 23rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Uh, okay, Torty, you can hear me. I forgot to enable my mic. Oh, no. There's something going on, guys. I've had this window. You guys can hear me in YouTube, right? Uh, I got something going on with this Windows update. I've had a lot of problems. That's why I had a problem getting YouTube running. But you guys can hear me in YouTube. I know. I'm trying to get the main room running. How do I get the mic? All right. Well, guys, I know you can hear me in YouTube. I'm having a heck of a time trying to get the main room going, and it's all because of this stupid Windows update, I think. What do I do here? So, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute for a bit on YouTube. I'm going to have to figure out what's going on because the main room has way more people. So, I've got to get that one up and running. Okay, how about trying it now, guys? Can you hear me and see my screen? Yay! Okay, guys, better late than never. Okay, guys, so sorry about that. Windows update last night, all sorts of things I had to do that I haven't had to do before. Okay, so let me try to quickly start talking about some of the things that are happening this morning. I see that VRAX is now the top one, VRAX. And welcome, guys. Sorry about that. So my name is Barry Anderson, and I'm the moderator of your trading room. So there's VRAX, guys, and they had some news, something to do with the distribution agreement with Europa Biosite, et cetera. So with their drug, so that's VRAX, VRAX. I thought it was a monkeypox drug, but I guess it is not. Um, just another note: the nuclears are definitely fading today again. Okay, so we got the SMR, NNE, and OKLO. Let's see if they Let's see if they can have a bounce at all. And looking at the SPY, the SPY is in for a bit of a weak open here. ANRO, huge, huge move down. Hoping nobody was in this one. Stock was sitting at $15 yesterday, 5.39 today, after the company announced top line results from its phase 2B trial did not meet its primary endpoint. So that it's a bad one. Guys, just give me one more moment, okay? All right. DBVT, I saw that one earlier. DBVT. Take a look at this one. Dollar. It's just at a dollar. And by the way, I know somebody asked for my. I don't recall ever really displaying the earnings. I mean, I can give this to you. Super simple. Okay, the earnings plays up and down. All you have to. Okay, so I can give this to you. I don't recall displaying it though in any video, but that's okay. Who asked that question? So here it is. Somebody asked the question wanting my earnings. Ah, man, there's lots of things happening. Usually these Windows updates have not been this disruptive, but for whatever reason, today they are. Okay, Toronto furnace units. There's a link. Okay, there is a link. All right, what else? BSGM. I think this is under a dollar. Just over a dollar. Okay. LRN. So there are some earnings plays, guys. So let's take a look at some of them. Okay. LRN. Big gap up. Actually, that's a big gap up. Look at that. 27%. 40 million in the float. Pretty good volume already. LRN. If you look at a weekly chart, the next high is 86 something or other, 86.55 or so. So this is a big gap up for LRN. Okay. Fun PHUN is still active. PHUN is still active. It's above yesterday's high now. CSTM is another earnings play, gapping down on earnings. And this is, no, it's not close to a lifetime low, but you can look at this on the daily chart, though, breaking through all of this on the way down. I have no idea where the next low is. Let's take a look at a monthly chart. So the next low on a monthly chart, anyway, for CSTM is 1170. So it's pretty close to that. Yeah, I'm going to have to get rid of it in the file. I think I know what you're talking about, William. I'm going to get rid of that. That is so old. I'll probably put a new one in. Basically, just it's all on my homepage. WGO, Winnebago, guys. Winnebago is also an earnings play. WGO. This is also an earnings play. And 53. So it's way down here. It's breaking. Look at it. It's breaking all this. And the next low looking left, let's see if it's right there 50, 55, 53.32. So it's right at that low in the daily chart. If you look at a weekly chart, then the next low is around 53.07. So there could be some support around 53 for Winnebago, WGO. Howell from yesterday. Let's see if it's still here. Howell from yesterday, HOWL. I don't see it anymore, so it must mean it's not up at least 12%. Let's take a look at it though. HOWL. That was a nice one from yesterday. At a nice, so it's above yesterday's high. Coming into the 200-day moving average. 200-day moving average is 409. So you can see right now it's at 404. At one point this morning, though, it broke right through that, got all the way up to 470. So that 200-day moving average may not matter as much. Pixie, is it still up? Pixie, where are you? Pixie is still up, PIXY, but it is fading quite a bit. I mean, another one. This it seems to do this when it's active. It seems to do this quite a bit. It has a big pop in the pre-market and then a fade. $14 back down to 9. Had some news. Signed a letter of intent to acquire TurboScale. So that was the news for Pixie, PIXY. NEP, NEP. I think NEP is an earnings play. I think it is. Maybe not. Yes, it is. NEP is an earnings play. NEP is an earnings play. Gapping down on earnings. Another one wiping out all this on the daily chart. Looks like it could be coming into support on a monthly chart. VRT is another earnings play, guys. VRT, another earnings play, a little more expensive. 103.71 right now. It's an earnings play. It's moving down on earnings. A lot of volume already. Big float. That's VRT. Excuse me, VRT. SPY is definitely drifting down. Take a quick. There seem to be a lot of things in the economic indicator or calendar today. So 9 o'clock, Bowman speaking. So I don't know if he's causing the market to move down a bit. Existing home sales at 10 o'clock. Atlanta Fed's business inflation expectations at 10 o'clock also. Yeah, so we've got some couple of things at 10 o'clock that could affect the market short term. I saw Starbucks after hours yesterday, William. Yeah, I saw this after hours. Yeah, for Starbucks. S-Bucks. S-Bucks. So, Guy, at about 9:30 or so, I am going to be disruptive for about 5 minutes. Okay, so all right, guys. So, the market was basically flat yesterday. I mean, the Dow was down just a little. Nas was up a little. SPY was down a little. So I don't think too much has happened with the. Just want to take a look at XLE. You know, still hanging around that 200-day moving average. This is the ETF for energy. Okay, so that green line on my screen, you can see it right there. So it's just hanging around that 200-day moving average. So this is the only one that is in jeopardy. Retail is starting to drift down now towards it, though. Okay, you can see there's that green line. So it was retail and energy. Those were the two major sectors that were kind of close to the 200-day. And you can see now that retail is after a few days moving away from it, a couple of days moving into it. Just take a look at yeah, technology is still well above it. Yeah, so it's really just so it's retail, excuse me, well, energy and retail are the only two major sectors that are kind of close to the 200-day moving average right now. By the way, guys, is this something new? I'm gonna have to ask Sebastian this. Just give me a moment. Maybe it's been like this. Has the time always been this displaced from the post? I don't recall it looking like that. I thought the time was beside. Just let me know, or is it just for me? See how the time is really displaced from where the post is, at least on my screen. And when you guys post, when you guys post, like John, you just posted, so I see your post. You can see my screen, but there's the time way over there. I don't recall it looking like that before. Yeah, I just don't recall if it was like that before. It was like that before, I guess. Okay, maybe I just never noticed. Yeah, I did see CYCC also. Yeah, it's right here. CYCC also. This was a big one yesterday. Excuse me. You can see what it did yesterday. Got up to 250. Closed down here though, 145. That's what. Yeah, I guess I don't really comment. You're right, but something happened. Talking to Penny in our YouTube room. We're talking about the Fed presidents. There's Joby, guys. Joby's been pretty. Had a decent day yesterday. Closed fairly well, near the high. Boy, you look at this weekly chart. Excuse me. Excuse me, guys. 653 is the high in the weekly chart, and then 692. So got a little bit of perhaps some resistance around 653 for Joby, Joby. Yeah, I just don't remember, John, if that's the way it was. I don't recall it being like that. That the time was so, at one end. I thought it was right beside. It doesn't make sense that it would be so displaced, but maybe it was like that before. I never noticed. Other earnings play, nothing really happening with it. AT&T, guys, nothing really happening with it much. Only up 1.4%. Okay, tall is an earnings play. Excuse me, guys. I got this catch in my throat I can't get rid of. Okay, TAL is an earnings play. Looks like there's some support around $10. I don't know, Z. I have no idea why. You're the first person to ask me that question since we went to the new room. So I really don't know why you lose your charts when I resize the page. I don't know. So, Doctor David, okay, the promo for the month is only good for the first month. Okay, it's not good for a month. It's otherwise nobody would take an annual subscription. Okay, so the promo is only good for the first month. So whatever that discount was, it's only good for the first month. Otherwise, nobody would take on an annual. Okay, you didn't get it on the first month. Okay, if you didn't get okay, I can't help you, but I'll tell you how you can just okay, just give me a moment. Time is it right now? 9:20. Okay. Just give me one moment. I personally can't help you, but I'll send you to our accounting people. Okay, just give me a moment. 'Cause I don't have access to your account. So if you click on my homepage link, I just put my homepage link underneath. Okay. Okay. And when you click on it, need help, click on the need help, and then click on the chat. And when you do that, give them your email address and have them check your account. Okay. And explain exactly what you just did to me. And they should be able to help you. Okay. So just click on the chat, give them your email address so they can take a look at your account, and then they should be able to help you. Okay. Okay, guys, I'm gonna get my layout that I'm gonna use right now up and running once market opens. I'm doing it a little bit early. All right, guys, I've got my layout now that I'll use once this market opens. And as always, I will really be watching my 10-day daily breakout today. Okay, uh, going forward, probably for the next month and a half anyway, as we get more and more into earning season. So there's some radio in the background for. Okay, give me one moment, guys. All right, guys, I'm back. So I'm going to have to leave for about well, not quite yet, but in about 5 minutes. Do I trade earnings in our YouTube room? Well, it's not. It depends what you mean by trade earnings. I don't trade. I don't keep a stock through earnings, if that's what you mean. But certainly, when earnings happen. I mean, I'll trade stocks once they've released earnings, if it's interesting, if that's what you mean. But I don't trade earnings in that I don't look at a company that's having earnings and then say, okay, I'm going to take this ahead of earnings because I think it's going to be good or bad. If that's what you mean, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Okay. Yeah, Save is an earnings play. I did see that, KV Ray. Save is an earnings play. They had news yesterday about their debt being not postponed, but giving an extension, I guess, to December. And they also have earnings today, Save. Okay, guys, just give me a moment, okay, please? One moment. Yeah, sure. Guy, yeah, of course, I'll trade stocks that have earnings, of course. But I look at stocks that have earnings after hours yesterday or this morning. Okay, because usually they're pretty active. That's all. Okay, and I do have to leave and again in for about 2 or 3 minutes. All right, guys, I'm just looking. There's the DBVT. I don't hold stocks overnight typically, Guy. I'm a almost 100% day trader. Okay, so I do not hold stocks overnight. I mean, do I ever, ever, ever? Yes, but rarely. We're talking to Guy in our YouTube room. That learning LRN guys, that is a big earnings play, though. I mean, look at the gap up, but and the next high on a weekly chart is $88. So that's a big earnings play for LRN. 30% move, pretty low float for a 30. Well, very low float, in fact, for an $84 stock. 40 million in the float. All right, guys, we got a couple of minutes for this open, which I'll be delayed for probably a couple of minutes. Okay, I'll be right back though. Okay. And this race will get started right at 9:30. Look at LRN, guys. This is reminds me a little bit like GM a couple of days ago. Just the fact that especially if it can hold its gains and just keep kind of moving all day long. No, I don't work in radio, but thank you. And look at the drug guys. So drug really starting to give it up. I was yesterday. If you're in the room, I actually thought this might take out 50 yesterday, late, and it briefly hit 50, and then it just started to drop. Just give me one moment, please. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm now back. Okay, sorry about that. I had to see my wife off to the airport. So let's see what happened. My 10-day daily breakout right off the bat. I typically do not like to trade in the first 15 minutes. And give me one more moment as my music has stopped. All right, here we go. Now, TVGN. Yeah, TVGN, William, as you've mentioned, big insider ownership. Yeah, look at TVGN on the move here. Excuse me, big week last week also. 249 was the high. Now, again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes, okay? But you look at DJT, I think I actually looked at this when I backed out a weekly chart a little bit more. And that was an important level. Yeah, you can see that level right there, okay, which is at 35.77. So it's a little bit above that right now. And then there's Roblox. I'm just looking at some of these early ones from the 10-day daily breakout scan. There's LRN, guys. LRN is look at that move. So it kept moving once this market opened. There was the pre-market high right up here on 85. So it kept moving. This one was a big one from yesterday also. OMGA, and it closed up here at 139. So it's above that, and it's above the high yesterday. That's OMGA. Ooh, this one, guys. This is okay. This is China. Okay, so I don't know what China is doing actually. Let me take a look at China overall. Okay, this is showing up on the 10-day daily breakout, and there's a ton of room, but I have to check to see what China is doing. Okay, China's basically flat. It's not really doing much. I mean, it actually popped in the pre-market, dropped somewhat, but it's basically flat right now. You have to see if DQ is actually, because look at the room it's got, $27 on the daily chart. I mean, it's got a ton of room. Are you okay? Are you talking about the 10-day daily breakout, DF Starman? Are you talking about this, the 10-day daily breakout? Okay, just give me one moment, okay? I'm just watching GJT right now to see if it reclaims that 35.88, which was the alert. Okay, it dropped down. I want to see if it can reclaim that 35.88. Again, I typically don't take trades in the first 15, but I'm kind of making a bit of an exception on these 10-day breakouts. Just kind of hanging around just underneath that price. I think what I should do is put a price alert right in this area here. Excuse me. Well, I have it. Okay, there's the price alert I've got. Actually, it did trigger earlier, but that was too early. Okay, so quickly to have that scan and others, but click on my homepage link. Okay, click on my homepage link. I just put it there. And if you scroll down, middle section, are here are the scans that I'm sharing, and here it is. Okay, there's the two versions of the breakout and the don't repeat. Don't repeat. You'll only see the stock one time. The first time you get the alert. On the other version, the sort of more traditional version, you'll see it every time it makes a new high. But this you'll only see it the first time and the time. First time, the time, of course, and the price. So you can kind of go back and see, well, what happened from that. Excuse me. Mm. Hey guys, DJT is getting really close again. Okay, so the reason I didn't take DQ, even though it looked pretty good, is because I just think it's too tied in with China. Well, it's obviously a China stock, and I didn't see that it was trading on its own. Okay, on its own meaning I didn't see that it had any news on its own, and so it's going to probably follow what KWeb is doing, and I don't like that because it's just basically not trading on its own. I like to find the stocks that are more or less trading on its own, not caring so much what its overall sector is doing. Well, look at this one going. VICR, I don't recall seeing this one really yesterday. Look at the week it's had. A $10 pop this week. And that's the VICR. Yeah, had about a $10 pop this week, guys. Obviously I had some news after hours yesterday. They had the mauve area on my chart. Okay, guys, getting closer to this. Okay, guys, DJT is getting really interesting now. Over 36. Okay, mini blast. Excuse me. What's wrong with my voice today, guys? But mini blast off now for DJT. All right. I say mini blast off now again for DJT guys. I'm taking profits on these. Okay, I'm not hanging. It's so early for me to do these. I typically don't like selling. I can always get back in. Whew. All right, Denny's. Denny's. What's his earnings play? Is not an earnings play. Denny's is not an earnings play. DENN. Next high looking left is 774. I'm sorry. This stock is sitting at 565. I thought it was up here, so it's not up there. Okay, now you guys were talking about those nuclear plays, OKLO, OKLO. So bouncing back in a big way. The next high looking left for OKLO anyway is 2245. So there's a little bit of room there. A little bit of room there. Now remember, I use this like a watch list. Okay, so there's Roblox 4281. It hasn't really moved from the alert. Okay, and it's got a little bit of room on a weekly chart to 4480 or so. So remember, I use it like a watch list. Ooh, man, I missed this one. I missed this one. That's when I was walking my wife out to the taxi. 1210 on that alert right there. Look at that. Beautiful move now. It got up before it pulled back out. 1288. Oh man. That's the miss. This was also an AI alert, but we had in the 10-day daily breakdown a lot earlier at 1210. Breakout. Sorry, not breakdown, breakout. Okay, Light Bridge, also LTBR, another one of the nukes. So the next high looking left for this one is 853. Okay, so there's OKLO, LTBR. Gonna have to look at a monthly chart now for TVGN. Where could it go? Oh yeah, this one. Okay, so it's got a ton of room, guys. 488 is the next high on a monthly chart. Is the next high in a monthly chart, approximately 488. So obviously this has got some room to run if you look at a monthly chart for TVGN. Well, what screens? Right there, the 10-day daily breakout right at 9:30. Okay. Also in our AI, a little bit later, quite a bit later actually, in our AI. But that one right there, 9:30 at 9:30, the 10-day daily breakout. And again, I'm sharing it. All you have to do is go to my homepage, go to the scan section, and you'll see it there. Okay. Just have to scroll down. LRHC guys, this one's on the move also. LRHC is also on the move. Okay, so this one is now showing up in that 10-day daily breakdown. The out, sorry, I keep saying down. The breakout. Just mentioned LRHC, so it just got halted on the way up, I guess. Yeah. Let's take a look at MSTY. I don't know this one at all. Okay. This is so this is kind of if you are looking to, I guess, buy MSTR. This is, I guess, an ETF designed for. So I don't know if I really want to look at that one. Definitely keeping an eye on this TVGN still, guys. I mean, if it gets rocking again, pretty low float, 22 million in the float. Look at the volume, 28 million already. And so this was the news. Sticking AI joins Microsoft for startups. Okay. Put Microsoft AI in a press release and look out. All right, guys. Well, look at drug. I mean, it may take off 50 again. Very, very, very. I could add another few varies to it. Very volatile, very risky. Okay. Give me a moment. So again, yesterday's high was right around 50 for drug. Okay. I'm going to stick an alert there just in case it takes out 50. And then, of course, when you look left, the next high is way up here around 63. Very, very risky. Very, very risky. Okay. I have to put an alert 4281. I'm putting an alert for RBLX. Doesn't have a lot of room, though, even if it takes that out. When you look left, it doesn't have that much room before it hits that next high. So it's not as good looking as I thought it would be. Well, that VICR kept going, guys. I don't know what the new. Oh, it's an earnings play. I didn't realize that. It is an earnings play. VICR is an earnings play. I didn't see that. So that is one of the reasons why it's moving. Obviously, reaction to earnings up 18%. Very low float for a $51 stock. 23 million in the float. Very low float. Can you give me one moment? All right, guys. Now I also have the 10-day daily breakdown up. Now, I noticed that didn't seem to get so many dynamic ones, but now this morning I'm starting to see some. So I know KO is an earnings play. So this one actually popped up, but I think these two went down. EDU 62.79, 62 now. CSGP 70.29, 69.59, 51 now. So it's hard to pay a little more attention. This is just the reverse, of course, of the 10-day daily breakout, and it's on my homepage also. Okay. Okay. I'm glad you mention that because you said if I mention something, do just go and buy. Yeah, do not. You still have to. Everything I met. Okay, guys, DJT is making a little bit of a move again. I'm out of it. Okay, I'm completely out of it, but I may get back in. Yeah, I'm glad you put it. Don't just because I mentioned the stock, don't just take the trade. It still has to mean all. You should have a trading style and plan. Not everything that I mentioned. Of course, well, first of all, I don't take everything I mentioned. These are just opportunities, ideas. When I click on an alert, I have no idea what I'm going to see on a daily or a weekly chart. So that's why I have to click on it and check to see what's happening. All right, guys, PHUN on the move again. Just made a new high, market high. The pre-market high is up here around 1521. I saw your comment this morning, Penny. Yeah, so there's shorts available now. There's been some short covering in Interactive Brokers, 84,000 now at Interactive Brokers. All right, LR. Wow, this so popped after the halt. 148 was the halt, so it did pop after the halt. I don't see any news on this one. I don't. Somebody posted some news on this one, but don't see it through the 200-day moving average. It's a low float, 12.3 million in the float. So again, this is an ETF designed for MSTR. So I'm assuming it's a bullish strategy to buy this one. I don't know what the I don't know what the ratio is. I don't see a ratio. Oh, thank you, William. Okay. All right, guys. DJT on the move. Not in it again, but I'm actually more interested in maybe seeing if the fund can tag along. Tag along. Let's see what the shorts situation. Yeah, see, no shorts available right now at Interactive Brokers for DJT. They come and they go. All right, so there's Save, guys. SAVE. Now, to me, it's coming into a lot of resistance. It is an earnings play. They did have some news yesterday about their debt is an extension, I guess, of whatever they have to do till December. But it's also an earnings play today. Looking for a more traditional play. Here's AT&T, guys, but look at the weekly chart. To me, it looks like this is a earnings play for AT&T, symbol T. But look at that weekly chart. Looks like there's a lot of resistance around the 22 level. So not that exciting for me. Still, again, with the Frontier. Okay. Thank you, William. So the JetBlue was off completely, right? That was that's who they did want to merge with, I guess. I think wasn't a Frontier the first one to come in and try to say let's merge, and then JetBlue stepped in later. It looked like it was going to be maybe a done deal, but then your government said no. Am I kind of right on that? I think on the monthly chart, I think this fund. This is why I'm interested in the fund. Let's see, the PHUN. Yeah, look at that monthly chart. I mean, 1806 is the next high. Okay, on the monthly chart. So there is a ton of room on the monthly chart for PHUN. And if I just want to back this out just a little bit to see where the week, if I think the weekly is the same. Yeah, it's about the same on the weekly and the monthly. So there's room. There is room for fun to run if it wants to keep going. Piggybacking on DJT. Yeah, Mounties and maple syrup, John. That's what we're known for. Okay, guys. Now TVGN is on the move again here. Yeah, I wish I got a little bit earlier. 247 was the alert. Okay, I stupidly forgot to put a price alert on it. Well, maybe I misread it. Let's take a look. Well, I don't see that, Penny. I see the next high is 1809 on the weekly chart. I don't see a weekly high looking left between the current price and that. That's what I see anyway. Right there. I don't know. I mean, I'm looking right there. The week of March, earlier this year, I see a weekly high of $18. All right, TVGN. Well, okay. Better late than never, I guess. Yeah, 10 o'clock, we had a couple. Thank you, Penny. So we've got the existing home sales at 10 o'clock. So that's not helping the market right now. And also, didn't we have something else at 10 o'clock? We had existing home sales and we had the Atlanta Fed's business inflation expectations at 10 o'clock. So, a couple things happening at 10 o'clock on the economic calendar, not helping the market right now. So this is what I was talking about, guys. Look at the TVGN right there at 247. Okay, 282 now. I missed it at the 247. Got it a little bit later, but you know, this I'm just using this like a watch list all day long. Okay, using this as a watch list all day long. Sometimes you get an alert, drops down below it. Set a price alert at the original alert price and see what happens. TVGN, of course, an alpha stock. Doesn't care what the market's doing. As it has news on its own. Hey guys, give me a moment. Some internal conversations I want to take a look at right now. Okay, so give me a moment. Putting myself on mute for about a minute. Okay, guys. TVGN, can it take out three? Why don't I just induce it upwards to take out three? I put a price order around three for TVGN, and we'll see if it happens. Well, Save is making a nice move actually now. This Windows update is bad word, bad word, bad word, me off. All right. Well, look, DJT now is dipping underneath 36. So what if it's dragging fun down? Yeah, it really is dragging it down too. PHUN, in my opinion, dragging it down. All right. This wild one, guys, JDZG. JDZG has had a big move last week, got up to 270. Oh, look at this market now, guys. Yeah. So those numbers that came out at 10 o'clock, not helping the market right now anyway. Okay, guys, I'm going to go over my homepage right now, including the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay, so if you're interested in those, just hang on. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, give me a moment. I want to break something off here. Okay, clicking on my homepage link. Oh, no, I'm not saying PHUN is influencing DJT. I'm saying DJT influencing it. Certainly not. Yeah, I mean DJT is trading on its own, but as you know, PHUN is being tugged along. All right, so clicking on my homepage link. So there is the promo code you can use. Okay, so to get 15% off the first month only or the entire year, that is what you can use. Barry 15. That again, that'll get you 15%, 15% off the first year only or the entire year. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code. The reason why, this will help to keep these rooms free. It's really that simple. I mean, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, you want a promo, well, use my code. If you take out a subscription, you must do the get started 10 short videos. The first one, download and install, first startup and log in. Scrolling down, introduction to scans, two key ingredients of trade ideas, top lists and alert windows. Okay. 10 short videos to get you started. Now, if you're new to trading, Trading 101 is for you. Another free series of videos for you. Okay. If you're new to trading, 38 videos. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here, free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. My guess is that it is not going to trigger. Now, I'm going to say for sure it's not going to trigger. I think that the trigger was 2650 or something. That was on Monday. It did not get to 2650. So it's not a bad trade of the week. It's just sort of a non-event. Okay. Because when you get the email, it tells you exactly where the suggested entry is, and it never hit it. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you had Gmail, please check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. Here's our user guide. Getting started section right here again. Now, a lot more information about what an alert window is and what a top list window is. Okay. I would really recommend you take a look at these two. There's some videos and text. So that'll give you a really good idea what Trade Ideas is all about. And stock races. You'll see I'm running a stock race right here. I'm going to go over this race, but here's how you can create your own race with your own set of parameters. And again, there's a lot of information in this guide, but like any other software program, big guide, you don't have to learn everything that's in the guide, okay? And getting started series again, daily support. So today's Wednesday. I'm not sure who's taking over today. I'll confirm that. It might be Chris again. But before I do take my break, I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. And that's when one of the other traders does take over for me. So I'll have to confirm who it is going to be. Okay, let me help Torty in our other room first, and then I'll get to my scans that I'm currently sharing. So you're looking for let's put a price alert up here. He wants to know how to get rid of price alerts. So if you go up to the price alert and see, I put a price alert, that blue line right up there. When I get up there, then if I left click and delete, okay, just say click OK. That's how you can do it there. If you go to your price alerts chart, you've got all the price alerts there. Of course, you can do it. But if you want to go right to the chart, so I'll do it again. I'll put a price alert. Okay. So there, that blue line appears. So if I want to get rid of it now, or if it's triggered and it's turned green, but if I just want to get rid of it, I just go up to it, and once the icon changes, and I left click, ah, left click, click delete, and then okay. Okay. Okay, Torty. Now, of course, if you go right to your price alerts window, you can do it there. If I have a price alert here, delete it. Okay, so if I see it in the list, I can also delete it right from the price alerts window. Okay, so my scans. Okay, so again, clicking on my homepage link. So if you scroll down, here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay, so here are the ones you can actually see. Okay, on this monitor that I share. So the biggest gainers from the start of the race is here. Holster zooms is here. The relative strength leaders is here. And then the upside movers versus downside movers is here. Those are the ones you can actually see. I do have some other scans on my other monitor. I'm not trying to hide them from you. I just don't want to overwhelm the monitor that I'm sharing with all sorts of scans. So, but here's another one that I do have up and running, the momentum scan, which is right here. And then this one, of course, is my 10-day daily breakout. So if you're looking at this for the first time, this is the don't repeat version. So just to give you an idea what it means, see how in this one, see how save is repeating itself every time it makes a new high, or sigma, SGMO. That's the same thing that would happen here if you had this version of it, the 10-day daily breakout. I like to see this one because this tells me at a glance quickly where was the first alert, what time, and then I can click on the alert and see what it did. Okay. So that's why I like to have this fact. But you can if you want to have the more traditional way, but you'll just have you'll have the symbol over and over again every time it makes a new high. If that's what you want, fine. Hopefully that explains the difference. But as you can see, I do have some other scans here that I'm sharing, and if you want to take a look at them, but those are the only ones that I have up and running. Please don't have them all up and running. You'll have way too many alerts coming at you all day long. Okay. Okay, now let me go over this scan here because I think this demonstrates really the power of trade ideas. So if you're new, first of all, if you're new, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and approximately 3 p.m. Eastern time. Now, I usually take off sometime between 2:30 and 3 Eastern time, but the main room is typically open till about 4, maybe a little after, depending what sort of earnings plays there are. Okay, William or Draw will keep the main room open until 4 after I leave, but I do have to shut down YouTube. So what I do for the YouTubers who are still there at say 2:30 Eastern, I give them the main room link if they want to head over. Okay. Now, if I right click on this momentum scan, this is one of the scans I'm showing. This is going to show you what the power of trade ideas is as a demonstration. Okay. If I right click on it and click on configure and then click summary. So this is telling me exactly what this scan is looking for. Now this is the screening aspect of the scan, and that's the real-time alert trigger. There are a lot of programs out there that are screeners. Excuse me, and there's nothing wrong with a screening program. Of course, that's what we do also. But what we really excel at is the real-time alerting on top of that. So in this particular scan, this is what it's looking for. The price has to be between $1 and $100. Current volume has to be at least three, meaning it has to be trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. Don't have to go through all these filters, but this is what gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute has to be at least 1,000% of normal. So the bottom line is this: if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's what's happening with SGMO right now. Okay. You can see SGMO is making new highs and meeting all these filter requirements. Okay. And these are all real-time alerts. PLG now. So if you like the scan the way it is, then you can have it. It's on my homepage. If you want to make changes, of course you can. Maybe you don't like the price range. Maybe you want to add a filter. Maybe you don't like one of these filters. It's completely up to you. This is what I like to see. So, use it like a template. Now, if you want to build your own scans right from scratch, of course you can do that too. I clicked on the search this time. So you can see right at the very top, these are all the real-time alerts that we've got. Right at the very top, the two most popular, the new high and the new low of the day. But as I scroll down, you can see we have a lot of other real-time alerts. And if I keep scrolling down, these are the filters that we have. Now, don't get hung up on how many we've got. Don't sit there thinking, man, this is way too complicated. How am I supposed to learn what all those mean? Well, the good news is you don't have to. The only reason there are so many, and I think this makes perfect sense, is that if when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So that's why, obviously, they had to create a lot of these different real time alerts and all those filters to satisfy the majority of our customers who wanted to build their own scans. So if you're new to trading, don't get hung up and thinking, man, do I have to learn what all these means? Of course not. If you have any idea of trading, though, if you're sort of been trading for a while, sure, you can kind of scroll through these and see, oh, I know what that means. Maybe I'll try that as a real-time alert. Or if you get down to these filters and what some of these things mean, you can try them. But don't get hung up on all. You don't have to learn them all. Personally, I'm only using the new high and the new low of the day and just a handful of the filters, a certain price range I like, a minimum volume, things like that. Doesn't mean what I don't use is bad. It just means I don't need them for my trading style. I have a very simple trading style. Okay. So again, don't get hung up on how many we've got. Now that was a heck of a short alert from our AI for fun. PHUN. Yeah, look at that. 1438 on the alert. And before it pulled up at all, it got down to 1328 over a dollar move. That's from our AI. This is kind of what it looks like. So TVGN has had a nine, almost a 10% move. This has had a 5% move. I use it like a watch list. Okay, give me one moment, please. All right, you are right. We've got a couple of IPOs that just opened, guys. FGL and LBGC. Now, I'm just going to go. Thank you, Draw, for posting. Oh, I just have to find them. LBG, LBGJ. Gosh, some of these are hard to say. That's a China. That's a China one. So right now, and what did you say? $4, 1.5 million shares. And how about the other one, FGL? So FGL is not China, I guess. You didn't put China there. So, okay. So FGL is not China. At least you didn't put it there. So yeah, it looks like a US. And why we separate, and this is what I'm talking about, guys. So, Draw's been putting these up here. Why we separate China and Singapore, etc., because these are the ones that can go kind of a little bit ballistic. the ones from China or Singapore, as opposed to just a US one. Doesn't mean the US is, not going to, but as you can see, they're very cheap. So LBGJ is halted on the way up. Now, this is a trading room, but it's a support room also, guys. So, like, if you're sitting out there and you want to ask a question, don't be shy. Please don't be shy. There are no stupid questions, honestly. We all started out new at some point. So, really, now let me go over this race, okay? And look at this LVTX. Boy, this is a nice one. Let's take a look on the weekly chart. Where could it go? A little bit of resistance not that far away. I mean, we're sitting at 207, and on the weekly chart, I see a couple of highs at 220. So consequently, for me anyway, that's too close. Becomes something I won't trade. Doesn't mean it's not going to blast through all that, but you have to have some kind of a trading plan. All right, so let me go over this race that you see here. So now, again, if you click on my homepage link, go to the education section and then go to the guide. There's a whole section on stock racing, how you can create your own race, okay, with your own set of parameters. This is what I want to see. Again, it doesn't have to be what you want to see. I'm running a 4-minute race. What that means is when the race is over, another one will automatically start. We are now 2.5 minutes into this race. What does that 6.11% mean for LRHC? That means that since the race started, this has moved 6%. Now it's only 5 cents. It's a cheap stock, but that's what that means. It's moved 6%, but it's just got supplanted in the top position. BIVI is now the leader right now at 3.7%. Okay. It doesn't have to hold, as you just saw. Now, why did the other one move down? Because it obviously pulled back. But right now, there's BIVI. Okay. And this is, of course, a very active stock. This got up to 750 2 days ago. Okay. Just give me a moment. Ah, so my computer's going to whine a few times. Hopefully it's not too disruptive. So there's BIVI. Okay. There's save. Now, notice what happens here. Automatically for you is a top 10 list automatically created. Okay. Of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So we have 31 seconds for this race to close. We've got a real dogfight here. Let's see if BIVI can hold on to its top position. It already won one race. Just going to wait for this race to be over, see if it holds on. All right, so we just won the race, and you can see the BIV now will change it from 1 to 2. So that's how that works, okay? Eventually, a top 10 list will be built for you of the stocks that have won the most races. So why is that good? Well, you can then have a list of stocks, like a watch list, to concentrate on all day long, okay? That's Now, you don't have to wait for a race to be over to click on it. In fact, you don't have to, if you see anything in this list right now, I'd click on it, see what's happening. Okay, there's the VRAX. We know that was a very active one early. Let's see what it's doing. Okay, great. Well, too bad. It's below the VWAP. But if you were a VWAP player, for instance, you can see the VWAP for this one is for VRAX is 294. What if it had just been pulling into it? It's below it now, but what if it had been pulling into it, and maybe that would have acted as support? If you understand what the VWAP's all about, a lot of people look at that as a support area. So if it holds the support, maybe it bounces off it. A lot of people would look at this also and say, well, it just broke down through the VWAP. Maybe it turns into a short. It depends on your trading style. But this is how you can also use this list for pullback plays. Look at Doug. Let's see what's happening with Doug. Doug's at the high here. Okay, kind of interesting. Look at the weekly chart. Yeah, 191, too close for me. When I say too close, if I took this trade right now, remember my whole trading style is predicated on if I take a trade, most of the things that I see are going to be near the high of the day. So the first thing I do is I look left on the daily chart and say, okay, where could it go till it hits that next high? If it's too close for me, then I don't take the trade. If I think it's got enough room to move and makes good risk reward sense, then I'll probably take the trade. Now, if I can't see the next high on the daily chart, that's why I have a weekly chart up. So that is the concept behind the races, okay? Now, your question should be, well, why are these stocks showing up? What makes them special? Why are they in this race? So if I right click on the race, and one of the options is open top list. All races start from a top list window. So hopefully this is you're getting the idea now, how you can set up your own top list window, because watch, if I right click, launch the real-time stock race. So you can set up your own top list window and run your race on it. Now this is a big one. Look how many stocks are in here. Can't even see them all. But why are these stocks showing up? Well, this is what I've got in this top list window. I right click configure and click on summary. Not too many filters. All I care about are stocks between $1 and $50. 200,000 shares minimum have traded, then they got to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. So if that is the case, then a stock will be in this huge list. Okay. So you can use a top list the same way, but before we had races, this is the only way really a top list would be used. You can still use it for this fashion, but I'm going to explain. So great question usually, or a good question is, well, show me the stocks that are up the most today. So as long as you have a column header like that, which is the change from the close percent, which is that C percent, if I double left click on it, it's going to show me the stocks that are up the most from yesterday's close. Okay. So there's LRHC is up 190%, TVGN 78%, etc., all the way down this list. And we know that the minimum has to be 2% because that's the filter I put in. If I wanted to see the stocks that are up the most from its opening trade today, which is the change from the open, as long as I have a column header on it, I can double left click and sort on that. So the same thing, LRHC up 67%, etc., all the way down this list. So again, that's all well and good. If that's what you want to see, of course, you can see that. Maybe look at the top ones. That's kind of what this one is doing. But what the race does, because a question we get all the time is, well, I don't necessarily want to seize a stock when it's right at the top. What about something that's starting to move? Well, that's what the race can do for you. See, the race doesn't care whether a stock is up the most from yesterday's close or up the most, from its opening trade. All it cares about is, since the race started, what stock in this giant list of stocks is moving the most. So there's, again, the TVGN is up 2.2%. I realize that's near the top here, but what if, I don't know, what's a stock that is, there's that OKYO, okay, really popular stock. What if OKYO, which is right now up 18% from yesterday's close, or DJG, what if it really starts to move? Let's take a look at the, okay, that is up. It's hard because it jump around. OKYO is up 17% from yesterday's close. But what if it all of a sudden really started to move? And well, look at it now, 18%, what was 20%, 25%, 30%, all of a sudden it just really started to move. Well, you would see it in this list of stocks. You would start to see it moving up the list. Okay, so that's how, because otherwise, how in the world could you really see a stock that is starting to move when you've got a giant list of stocks like this? Okay, you couldn't do it. So that's the beauty of the race. You want to find stocks that are moving. I mean, they could be stocks that are near the high of the day. That's fine. That doesn't mean that's bad to watch them, but it could be stocks that are now starting to move that are lower down on that list. Okay. So again, any questions you can ask. Now, I have another race that I'm sharing. I don't have it up and running. I think it was sort of taxing my system a little too much, but you can take a look at it. It's on my homepage. So it's on my homepage in the scan section, and it's the second race here, the large cap gainers. Okay, from the start of the race, and all I did was I took this race and I added two filters. I added a minimum market cap of 500 million and a minimum float of 50 million. So consequently, you'll still get a top 10 list, but the stocks you will rarely will you see a stock moving more than 1% in that particular race. The reason being is because of the market cap and the float. But if you're new to trading, I would probably maybe concentrate. You know what? I'm going to load it again and see if it is going to tax my system a bit. I found that two races with all the things that I'm doing. You see, it's not just, of course, this. I'm streaming onto YouTube. Got my brokerage platform open. I've got this streaming here. The two rooms, so it taxes my computer somewhat. So, but I'm going to open that race and just want to show you what I'm talking about. Because if I were new to trading, I would probably concentrate on a race more like that because it's just less volatile. And this is what I'm talking about. If I right click and I open the top list, look how few. Now that this is because the market is a little bit weak today. Well, then this you can get a much bigger list, but look how few stocks make it in here because I added the 500 million market cap and 50 million in the float. But the same thing will happen. We'll get a top 10 list automatically built out of the stocks that win the most races. So I will keep it up and running on my other monitor and just to see if it taxes my system. So how's UNG then doing? Something I never trade, but a lot of you guys follow UNG. Excuse me. Okay, guys, market is putting in a wee bounce here. I mean, from the lows here, 580. So a wee bounce. Now, NEP is an earnings play, but it's also probably affected by those inventory numbers, William. But this is also an earnings play trading on its own anyway. NEP. Well, certainly IonQ doesn't care anything about what the market's doing right now. IonQ had a nice about 50% move, a little more in about 2.5 weeks. So Solar Edge is now basically a lifetime low, guys. Not quite. SEDG, basically a lifetime low, though. Okay, thank you, William. So it's just moving down because of its earnings. Nothing to do with crude. Well, climate change. Well, here's solar stocks moving down. How's TAN doing? The ETF for the industry. Yeah, TAN. I mean, TAN's basically flat. It had actually a nice little pop early, but now just drifting down. All right. IonQ's got a big float too, 192 million in the float. So that is a big float. Yeah, I saw that news about an E. coli breakout for Mickey D's. Yeah, nice recovery though. Yeah, really nice recovery. $8. Still down for $14, 4.5%. So they're saying they had a problem with flagging sales to begin with, and now with this E. coli. All right, guys. So I am not really seeing too much that I've like really attracted to right now. Look at me with this Anro. I think I mentioned this one. Yeah, this Anro. I think you did your little study on it. Oh man, there were shorts available too. I'm not sure I could get them though because of the uptick rule where I would want. But Anro had some horrible news this morning, trading lower after the company announced phase 2B trial did not meet its primary endpoint. Horrible news. I mean, imagine this. Look at this. I mean, there was no clue this was going to happen. None. Look at this daily chart. In fact, a little bit of a lift and then just flatlining at $15. Imagine waking up to this. And of course, it's an all-time low. Yeah, lifetime low, all-time low. The disaster du jour. All right, guys. Well, okay, PC. How about PC? Well, the reason I'd be at all attracted to it is because it's just over that whole number of five, important number, psychological number, perhaps. But the next high looking left is 536. Now, how do those IPOs end up doing? Yeah. So I mean, it's still above the IPO price. So this is what I do. I'm going to put a price alert at the very high and see if later on it takes it out. Okay. And that is the LBGJ. And how about the FGL? Let's see what it did. Yeah. So if this, I'm going to assume this came out at, well, look at it came out at 450 and now it's 352. So, no enthusiasm whatsoever about that one. At least there's, a little bit of enthusiasm about this one. It's above the IPO price of four, a little bit. Give me a moment. No, I don't use Brokers Plus at all, GJ. Okay. I've, and it, okay. Steve says, just sorry about that. Steve is going to fill in. Yeah. Jamie is not doing the Wednesdays anymore. So Steve Gomez will fill in for him. No, I'm just old school on it. I don't see, for me, there's no huge advantage to using Brokers Plus. Okay. So I just trade from within Interactive Brokers. Now, understand, and I'm always surprised when I say this that people don't know this, especially some people who've had subscriptions for a while. So we've got what we call an external linking tool. If I click on the toolbar, external linking is one of the options. Okay. So what that means is what I can do is I can establish a link between most brokers, including Interactive Brokers. So that means when I click on an alert, any alert, anywhere, so I just click on QBTS, automatically loads into my broker platform, into my order entry, and from there I trade it. Okay. If you're somebody like me who is clicking on a lot of symbols all day long, it would be a real pain if I had to type these symbols in. So I don't see a big advantage using Brokers Plus. Okay. I just click on the symbol and I've had Interactive Brokers for almost 9 years now. So I'm just so used to trading from within it. Okay. Makes sense. All right, guys. So yeah, look at the market trying to recover again. So we've had that the 10 o'clock numbers that came out, obviously kind of thumped the market down a little bit. And now, but we're in little mini recovery mode. Now, that's not to dissuade anybody who's listening to me from using Brokers Plus. Listen, I mean, it looks a lot prettier, definitely, than Interactive Brokers. And I should do this more often. I really should demonstrate how to use Brokerage Plus as a simulator. I should do this once a day, because this is how you can practice trading. Okay. This is a trade I took in the simulator. I don't even know when I took it. 1,000 shares of this VS at, yeah, I'm not even sure when I took it. I'm just gonna get rid of it. I was just demonstrating how to do it. Yeah, I'll demonstrate this a little later. Okay, what time is it now? 10:48. Maybe around 11 o'clock. I'll just demonstrate how you can take trades. And in fact, I may even go over money management. I like to do it at least once a week. Money management, especially if you're new. I wish somebody had told me about money management when I started. So, guys, here's one. This is Weatherford, WFRD. So it's an earnings play, and it's still up for the day. But look what it's been doing. It's been fading all day. Now, this one just got halted on the way up, I guess. FGL just got halted on the way up. So I asked this of John. Well, I asked this earlier. I'm just curious. Was it always like this, William? You can tell me. Was it always like this? So, I mean, there's the time, 10:50, but there's your post. I thought the time was right beside your post before. I don't know if he's made a change or there's an option or does it look like that for you guys? Because again, I had a difficulty getting into the room even because of the Microsoft upgrade. Just wondering if that is you don't remember? Okay. I guess it's not a big deal. I just don't recall that the time was so far away from the post. Now, I guess obviously if you shrink this down, maybe that's it. But this has been the size I use all the time. Obviously not a big deal. Okay. So nobody's complaining. So not a big deal. Look at Sangamo here, guys. SGMO. So I had a big day yesterday, but it didn't hold its gains. It got up to 145, closed down here, 121, above yesterday's high now. SGMO, not a low float. I'm not sure if I looked at this one before because that is an amazing move. 30%. Wainwright's put a price target probably of some. Oh, I don't see what the price target is. $5 a share. Yeah, okay, so $5. I mean, that's pretty lofty compared to the current price. I do want to check that other website though, because that is a big move. Yeah, I remember checking this yesterday. Yeah, that's a massive float. Massive float for a move. You don't often see this. With that sort of a float, 189 million in the float. That's an M, not a T. Okay, I mean that is an amazing move. 32%. Tell you what I'm going to do for you. Things to do in Hawaii. Yeah, I'm going to get you to. You can tell us what it does, okay? Because I'm going to show you how you can do that. Question is, does anybody know what FGL does? So this is what I use for IPOs. So you can save that, and that's what I use for IPOs. And there it is, founder group. I'll do it, but I mean, there you just click on it, and providing customers with innovative solar installation services, etc. Okay, so that's what I use for my checkout IPOs. I'll put that in the main room too if you want. Okay, Michael. Well, it must be. Maybe it's always been like that for me. I just don't recall it being so jammed out there, but that's okay. So Boeing has it been ratified? Are they going back to work? Has it been actually ratified now? CEO says, I think that we're better off. Well, wait a minute. That's not what I saw. That's interesting. I'm not seeing that same headline. It looks like this. CEO says, I think that we're better off doing. Well, I know the union, but it's still got to be ratified by the members. I know the union said, we are going with the proposal to our members, and they don't normally do that unless I think it's okay. Look at the market, guys. Now, look at this. So we're definitely in a choppy action in the market after that little upturn. Now we got this downtrend. Oh, okay. So it is a tough vote. Okay, for the BA contract. Okay, well, to see what happens. All right, UAVS is trying to crawl back. The next high looking left is two. Well, it's got some room, guys. I guess 230 at 245 is the next high for you. I think on the daily chart. Yeah, so it's got some room. I'm gonna get rid of some of these things. Yeah, well, we've got 267,000, but whatever it is very low, under a million. It's the old shareholder letter to the CEOs from the CEO. That was yesterday. That was yesterday. We're seeing a few more of these companies, these little companies trying to come out and rescue them, almost soothing letters to the shareholders. So Peter in our YouTube room says that the contract vote for Boeing is tonight, according to Bloomberg. All right, guys, let's take a look. Sangamo is still marching up. Yes, it is. SGMO is still marching its way up. And uh, I think I probably looked at a monthly chart. I didn't. So this has got a lot of room still. Well, there went the UAVS, guys. Did it ever go? Well, look at that move now. Just mention it on the two break. There is a tremendous move. Got up to 230, over a 10% move, just like that. But you got to be quick with that sort of a float. You've got to be awfully, awfully quick. I'll say it again, and I'll say it 1,000 times. If you take a trade like this that has got such a low, low float, you can never wander away from your computer, literally even for 5 seconds. Okay, because these things can go up very quickly, but they can go down even more quickly. So just be really aware of that. Tattoo. Yeah, look at this one go, guys. Tattoo. 191 is the next high. That's too close for me. Weren't these the guys that trying to come up with a way in which, well, maybe I'm wrong. Okay, so it's got nothing to do with tattoos. Okay, I thought, wasn't there a company that was trying to come up with a laser way to get rid of tattoos in a less painful way a long time ago? For some reason, I thought that was tattoo. Wow, look at Sangamo going, guys. SGMO. I know there was a company. There was a company. It seemed like such a tremendous idea with the gazillions of people out there with tattoos that seemed Seemed to be the thing to do at the time. Maybe not now. Wow. So this one, look at this one. Go, guys. UAVS. I mean, as I said, it has room. I didn't take it. Unfortunately, I did not take it. UAVS. Well, here's fun coming back, guys. PHUN is coming back. Now, again, I'm as a watch list that hit at 1446. Okay. When I say hit at 1446, triggered at 1446 really early. Okay. Where is that fun? There you are. 954, 1446. So it's trying to come back. I have, well, I thought I put my price alert. So now I'm going to do it again and see if later on he does take that out again. Now, UPWK. Here's an interesting one, guys. UPWK. So if you're a bit of a VWAP player, look what it did. There's the VWAP at 1226. So right into this area here. Okay, right into the area here. It's just a little bit above the VWAP now. And maybe this will keep going. Now, my issue could be no, that's far enough away. 1327. So it's $1 away on the monthly chart anyway from the next high. I am not a big pullback player. I'm just pointing these out, though. Okay, for those of you who don't mind, or rather look at pullbacks and stocks near the high of the day. Okay, so that one did not show up. ROLR, not a China play. $8, 1.3 million shares. So let's take a look at ROLR. So underneath the IPO price. So when I say did not show up, so this is kind of the quirk about our halts resumes. I would say that 90% of the time, if it's an IPO, it's going to show up here. It's going to show up here in the halts resumes as a resume. I would say about 90% of the time. Notice the FGL did, the other one, the LBGJ did, but ROLR did not. And it's not designed to do it. It just we noticed that when we created this alert that IPOs were showing up a lot, and that was 90% of the time. GB, was it solely? I sort of remember solely. Yeah, of course, it's not trading anymore. So it was solely that you're talking about. That was company that were trying to, I guess, using lasers to get rid of tattoos. Okay, thank you. I do remember. I do remember the symbol. So they got well. They obviously did. I don't know what they got acquired at, but Abby took them over quite a while ago. Then, wow, what a move! Just give me a moment, please. All right, sorry about that, guys. Okay, so this is obviously on this UAVS. I want to see when when this was released. It is the 23rd today, isn't it? Yes, it is. So this had zero reaction yesterday. Okay. Okay, we're starting to see this a few more times. I can't remember the first one we saw, but where the CEOs issue letters to the shareholder, trying to calm them down a bit, soothing letters. But this was yesterday that they released it. I'm seeing here, even before the market opened. Yeah, because look at this. I mean, this is yesterday, 10:22 at 9:15. Okay, so before the market opened, and this was the CEO letter. Zero reaction yesterday, but I don't know, delayed reaction today. Look at that. I'm surprised it was not halted based on that move. Surprised it was not halted, but it's just math. I wish I'd seen that. I wish I knew why this had been moving earlier. I probably would have been a lot more aggressive, but I did not take the trade because these little CEO shareholder letters are starting to have that sort of an effect. Yeah, I think he's got it here. Yeah, he actually has it up there. $8, 9 million shares. PJ, it's on the list. So Draw is now starting to put the IPOs for the day. And I thank Draw for that. So yeah, so there they are. Has potential. Okay, well, we'll see. See when it opens. All right, guys. Let's see if there's anything interesting and any. How's that OKLO doing? Well, not well. So I don't know if it's just pure profit taking. What's happening now? I mean, this has had just a tremendous run. The NNE now, the NNE had the financing. Whoops, had the financing yesterday. I'm going to say it was a little bit above the financing price right now, but you can see what's happening. It's drifting down. Whoa! I know I'm interrupting myself, but look at this. Look at this little move down now. So anyway, NNE is drifting down to that financing price. I want to say 2165 or so, 2160 in that range. So it's drifting down to that financing price. Wow. And that is one big wow. Look at UAVS now. I mean, look, it's believe it or not, it still has room. I mean, on a daily chart, 555, 555 is the next high looking left. Surprised it on that move there. I'm still surprised it wasn't halted, but again, it's just math. And when I say just math, I mean why these halts? They're called volatility halts because the stock has moved too fast in a period of time. So the computer program kicks in and just halts it, sort of a pause for 5 minutes typically, SNYR. Is this a? Ooh, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with this one. SNYR. Well, I don't know what Draw uses, but this is what I use, Gary. Okay, I just put it in here. The IPOs. I don't know if he uses exactly the same one, but this is what I use, and you can just see. This is the calendar that you'll get. So you can see there they are right there. But in your IPO calendar, that is going to tell you what the upcoming ones are. Okay. And it gives you all the information about it. Here's how many shares are issued, what the IPO is priced at. And then the other thing I like to do is check to see where is it from. So this is Australia. Australia could be interesting, but if it's China or Singapore, that's typically where you start to, get the ones that can really move. Okay. So SAG is the one that PJ was talking about. Motor vehicles sometimes, and you can also see, and on the bigger IPOs, you will see. I don't know if there's any big ones coming up. Well, this one, okay. So this one is scheduled for the 24th, tomorrow, okay, as an example. INGM, 18 million shares. It's priced between 20 and 23, but look who's behind it. They've got Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Bank of America, Deutsche Bank, etc. Some big names behind it, as an example. Okay. That is INGM. Just go to the go to the link. Okay. I didn't know. I mean, you'll just see the list of names. Okay. Go to the link, click on the calendar, Div, and you'll see it. I think it was INGM. So guys, yeah, I've only had the two trades today. I always want to Dow Jones, DJT, and TVGN. That's it. I sure wish I had taken that UAVS. So, guys, I mean, the next time we see, and this was yesterday, okay? The next time we see some company, and they're usually these little low float companies, where the CEO issues a letter to the shareholders, we really have to pay attention. Whoa! Now look at NNE, guys. So now NNE is giving up that financing price of 21. I'm going to say around 50. Okay, so now 20 is a big level, and the next low looking left is 19. So I don't know if it's just pure profit taking. I mean, this one to me is more about the financing, but the rest of them are dropping. I don't know if it's just kind of a sympathy play. That's a pretty big drop. I mean, 2 days ago, the high was 27, almost 28. We're down to 20 now. 2 days ago, that's a big drop. Alice, you guys, some of you guys have been talking about Alice, ALCE, not today, but in the past, and yeah, just kind of hanging in this area right here. Just give me a moment, guys. Give me one moment, guys. All right, I don't want to miss another one here, but here's AWH. AWH, let's see, to receive $10 million. Okay, so some kind of an award, or not an award, but well, $10 million does say award. Okay, so that is AWH, but again, I look left and I just see too much resistance, so I'm not going to miss it. I'm not going to take it. That's all. Yeah, so PC, you're right. PC was a IPO not that long ago, but a month ago. So why not stick a price alert at the high? I sort of remember this one now. Stick a price alert at the high here and see if it takes it out. Yeah, NEP was a great short. I didn't take it, but saw this in the pre-market, and this was a great short. It's an earnings play. NEP is an earnings play. SKK guys. Now this can be a wild one. Okay, SKK. Now the high looking left. On the weekly chart, 520 and then 529. Stick an alert there. I'm going to stick a price alert around 537 for SKK. Another one of these really low floaters. I think this is, I believe this is out of Singapore. IPO'd 2 weeks ago. And that was you see, this is what we're talking about. Look at the day that it IPO'd. We're right here. You can see what it did. I mean, it got up to $10. I mean, it came right back. We have no illusions that these things are great IPOs or anything. But the day of an IPO for some of these China and Singapore stocks, they can do something really crazy. So let's just see if it can take out the high of last week and try to fill in this void a little bit. All right, guys. Sorry, I'm just kind of waiting on a few things to see if they happen. The Bivy could be interesting again, guys. The Bivy, BIVI. I mean, I like the way it's holding over four. The high yesterday was around 450. You can see if it can take that out because the high a couple of days ago was 751. We do have the 200-day moving average to contend with, but that's far enough away. If it takes out that 450, it looks like that's about $1 away. So we'll have to wait and see. Of course, it's a very low float, 5.5 million in the float. Sorry guys, I know I keep moving on my chair away in and out of the mic. So, all right, now this could be interesting. Winnebago, WGO, near the whole number, earnings play, breaking down badly, 10%. It's a low float, 28 million in the float for Winnebago. I mean, that's such a low float for a $52 stock, but it's starting to break down. The pre-market low was around 49.68. Okay, TILA just made a little bit of a move out of consolidation. TELA, you can see it's leading a race right now. The high today was a little over three. Let's see what could happen if this gets rocking. The high right there on the weekly chart. You know what? Oh boy, yeah, put an alert at 307. 319. I'm sorry. Put a price alert around 319 for Tela, TELA, and you can see what it did. It didn't get quite there, but if it does, and it takes that weekly high out, then look left. Look how much room it's got. $4. So yeah, put a price alert for Tela at around 318. May not happen, but if it does, then look at the void it's got when you look left. Okay, this one's got a little bit of room, guys. The EDN, a little bit of room. South American stock out of Argentina. I don't really recall seeing this one that often. 25.76 is the next high on the weekly chart for EDN. Not a lot of volume though, 120,000 shares, not a lot of volume. High Roller Technologies. Well, this is an IPO, really? The reason I say that is that typically when it's an IPO, we get nothing in the business summary. Nothing. But this is a casino play. I'm intrigued by that because we don't get usually the day of an IPO, it's so new that we don't have a business summary. Great name, High Roller. Great name. So at $8 a share. So it's below the eight. So it was priced at $8. So it may be a high. Yeah. So it's below the IPO price, but I will put, so what must have happened? Must have got up there and came right back down, right, Draw? Okay, well, I've got a price alert now at the high and just see, but it was priced at $8, so there's not a tremendous amount of enthusiasm for it right now anyway. All right, now PXDT, is this one? No, on the way down. By the way, guys, remember this one from yesterday, the Noko No or whatever it's called? Remember this one from yesterday, the one I actually traded? Look what it did. Right back down. Noko, right back down. I don't think so, PJ. Though I do know how to card count. Not easy. Of course, card counting now is almost now that they've got what 8, 10, 12 decks. But when you only had 1 or 2 decks, we're going back. Guys, TVGN may not be over. I mean, I have a high up here. Okay, if it takes that out, because I think when we looked left on the monthly chart, there was still room. Yes, to what 497. So there is still room for TVGN. Maybe later on in the day. This could be one of those later on in the days. Takes out the high on some volume because it does have some room. Or not to be married. Sorry, I had myself on mute there for a second, but yeah, the UAVS. Yeah, I mean, 360. Yeah, that's a big pullback. We don't marry these things. We date them for the middle two thirds. That's about it. I'm going to take issue with that, PJ. I don't consider what we do as gambling. Now, pure gambling, anyway. We try to. Well, I suppose it is. I mean, what we try to do. I guess you're correct. What we try to do though is put the odds in our favor. All right, guy. Wow, 11:38 already. So I will be taking a break in about 22 minutes. Steve Gomez actually is going to take over for me. No more Jamies on Wednesdays. Yeah, I mean it is semantics, I guess, legal. Because I mean, if you go to a casino, even if you're putting the odds in your favor, it's still technically you're still gambling, even if you're trying to put the odds in your favor. Wow, WGO kept moving down. I mentioned this one, I think, the 52 break, and now it's moving down again. I mentioned this. Remember, guys, I was talking about this one just a little while ago. The UPW. Oh, it doesn't matter. We're just kind of kidding. Anyway, it doesn't matter about the gambling thing. But the UPK, the UPWK, I was mentioning this one just a little while ago. If you're a VWAP type player, look what it did. It held the VWAP and it's just inching its way up now. And it's a big float. And that's the UPWK. Oh my goodness. Look what happened to PXDT now. It got halted on the way down, I think. And then look at this explosion up. And now it's just got halted again. Now, you would think, though, there is a ton of resistance right around that 160 mark. So, guys, when I take my break, I am going to be rebooting Trade Ideas. Okay, so you'll see it's going to disappear for a bit. I'm going to reboot Trade Ideas, so we'll have a new list here. Now, there you go, getting fancy on me again, PJ. A credit put spread. Max L, guys. Now this could. Oh, I thought it was okay. Let's see what happens if it took 15. And that's wow. Sort of remember. Yeah, I've got a price alert up in this area for MXL. So I do have a price alert set for this MXL, a little over 15 in case it does happen at some point. Because look left, look at all the room it's got. I don't remember what happened here, but it has actually, and it has earnings after hours today. It's earnings after hours today. I had a question in our YouTube room earlier. I don't asking me, do I trade earnings plays? I mean, I trade them, but after earnings. Okay, I don't trade them. I don't take a stock thinking, well, you know what? I have a feeling that whatever earnings Maxell is going to come up with, they're going to be good, and the market's going to react well. So I'm going to take this trade and hold through earnings. Never do I do that. Now, if you want to do that, if you have a system that you think and it's worked out for you taking earnings ahead, like during the actual earnings release, and it works out for you, go for it, but I just don't do it. Well, for me anyway, this is not as an exciting day as it was yesterday. Look at the UAVSO coming right back. Wow, 258 and then right back up to 334. Yeah, it's not quite giving it up, is it, Paula? All right, guys, 11:44. So again, I'll be taking a break in about 15 minutes. All right, well, I have a price alert for SKK. And that is taking this out, yes? Okay, okay. So that's at that high now. 529 was the high, so it's a little bit above that now. And so now you look left, 875. 875 is the next high. Not saying it's going to get there, but and the other thing is, what's horrible about it? Look at the spread. 519, 540. Basically, they're basically challenging you to trade it right now. Okay, and this blue screen you see here is from Interactive Brokers. Now, the problem I have is even if the spread tightens, let's say it got to 538, 540, it doesn't give me a lot of confidence that they won't yank the bid afterwards. So, now, if this moves $2 or $3, that spread won't matter. But I know I'm not good enough to know it's going to do that. So I don't like that at all. Look, and listen, it might. I know I'm a little far from my mic. Well, no, well, Penny again. It may move. It may not care. I mean, it may just tack on a dollar, but it just prevents me. When I see a spread like that, even if it tightens up, the fact that it can have a history of a terrible spread, and the volume isn't that great. I mean, look, okay, yes, look how it tightened up. Now it may run right now. It may run right now, but you never know. I mean, what if all of a sudden they yank the bid and the spread is now 520, 548? What are you going to do? But that's me being overly cautious. I don't mean overly cautious, but that's me being cautious. So I don't want to influence you, Penny, or anybody else. If you think you don't care about the spread, then go for it. I mean, we've seen this before. Then after the fact, you see the stock is, tacked on several dollars. Well, that spread wouldn't have mattered, but I don't know it's going to do that. And that all goes into, having some kind of a trading plan. And I may be completely wrong. I mean, this thing, just look at this. I mean, I may be completely wrong because right now it is definitely moving. So, I mean, look what happened. I mean, it just dropped now. And you see, that just kept me out of it, kept me out of it. Sure, if I taken it at 540, maybe I could have scalped some out, but I don't know. It's just too. Listen, it may settle down later on in the day, though. It may settle down. I mean, the volume has increased. I mean, look at the volume; it is definitely increased. But so I'll put a price alert at the high of the day and see if it takes it out later with a better spread. Yeah, we do have a spread filter, but that's not going to help in a situation like that, because we have a spread filter. To show you what I'm talking about. Not just you, Penny, but anybody else. Because you might say, well, why don't you just see stocks that have a tight spread? So here's our spread filter. Okay, so in pennies, so you could add the filter, and you could put whatever you want, 5 cents, 2 cents, 10 cents, whatever you want. If you get an alert at the time of the alert, that spread will be, no more than what you've put here. The problem is half a second later, it could just, it doesn't have to stay there. What I have asked for, and never gotten, is an average spread filter. Okay, so give me the average spread. But I don't know, maybe it's too hard to create. Because again, you could put a max spread of 5 cents, and if everything else triggers or everything else, all the other filters meet the requirements, and you get your trigger at the time of the alert, it will be 5 cents. But half a second later, it could be 10 cents or 20 cents or 30 cents, or it could still be 5 cents. But there's nothing saying it's going to stay there. And that's the problem. An average spread filter would be a lot better. But you know what? The company is just not into creating new filters anymore, so it's just not gonna happen. Okay, guys, so what I'm gonna do now is I'm just gonna put the announcement up here, okay? I'm still here until Steve shows up, but I will put the announcement up. And now I'll also put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Steve. And again, we all have different trading styles. Steve is he'd be a swing trader anyway, but he doesn't have the time to sit in front of a computer all day long and trade. So he is way more of a swing trader. So there's the link to get into YouTube. Again, he's not there yet, but he will be. And he's also a huge proponent of that 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. So if you see my 15-minute chart, you see that orange line. So his style is, if he gets into a trade and he's doing well, he will not get out of that trade unless unless the candle closes below that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. But he also uses it, to see if a stock, as he calls it, a jam down to the 10 SMA, stock that moves higher and then comes into the 10 SMA and maybe acts as support and then moves off it, kind of almost like the VWAP. I mean, you can see it's funny. I see a huge correlation many times between that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart and the VWAP. That's at 120 right now. There's the 10 SMA basically at 121, and there's the VWAP at 120. No, the gene editing company. So CRISPR, CRSP, too bad. Look at the room it's got. If you look down here, 45. Well, actually, that's not even as much as I thought. These candles are fairly big, but it's not that many dollars. So we're sitting at 46.40, and the next low is 46. So it's not that much room. See what you're talking about, John, on the NNE. Shady and the Apple Watch. Not the Apple Watch, but watching Apple. Oh, yeah, look at that. No kidding. So the next low on the weekly chart is 228.29. So Apple and Goldman Sachs ordered by the CFBP to pay $89 million. That just hit, I think, related to $89 million. It seems to be a drop in the bucket, but Was I on mute the whole time? So you get an alert price, okay? You don't have to get in right, and then there's a stop, okay? After that, if you took a trade from the AI, now the best way to do it is to manage it on your own, okay? In terms of where you're going to take some profit, assuming it's working for you. So it is not like an automated system. For instance, they had a short on PHUN at 1438. Before it pulled up at all, it got down to 1285. Okay. Now, you have to have some idea, when would you start taking some profit? You wouldn't want to have it just move right back up on you like it did here. Okay. And almost right to where the short was. In this area here, you've got to start thinking about taking some profit. So that's where it does require some, some management of the trade once you get in it.
Very.
Steve. Okay, just give me a moment, Steve. Okay, guys, Steve is now in our YouTube room, so I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys at about 1 o'clock. Give me one moment, Steve, as I shut down my music. I didn't hear you come in. And music off. Okay. Well, good morning, Steve.
Hello. I snuck in on you.
You did sneak in on me. I didn't hear the little that I normally hear. I guess
Yeah,
someone yakking or something. So, how are you doing today?
Good. I'm thinning. I'm a swing trader mentality. I'm thinning out of a lot of stuff. I just feel like it's been such a good run that that as a trader, when you've had like a good run, you become complacent and you start to break rules and get overconfident. And I just feel like that's right around the corner. So I'm kind of going to cash a lot here today. So I'll be able to help people and whatever they want to look at, we'll look at. Nothing really.
I think you said the
me.
same thing. I think you said the same thing last week. I recall.
Yeah, but then I kept pushing and pushing, but I feel like I'm pushing my luck by going home with as much stuff that I go home with at night. So that's all.
Right. Steve, I used to be like that long time ago before I was, turned into just a day trader. And I'd have like 20, 30 stocks. And man, it was wild. I mean, but I didn't know what I was doing. I really didn't. I had no clue what I was doing.
When you can't control, it's not fun. So what you do is your intraday day trading is much more control.
Very much more controlled. But, I will say this. The big money obviously can be made swing trading if you hit the right one. And
that is true. I've grown my account with some big fat good winners by sitting in them and not getting freaked out on a couple of days of pullback. Being patient is one of the hardest things to learn as a swing trader and letting them work out eventually. Oh, anyway, right. I'm here to spell you. So
okay, thank you. I'll see you in about an hour. Now, can you go to the whole hour or?
Yeah.
Okay, so I know tomorrow.
You're free.
Let you get off a half.
I don't have to jump up and make a meeting. Yeah.
Okay, Steve. Thank you.
Sure. You got it. All right, everybody. Hey, I'm looking at the YouTube room here, and I'll keep an eye on chats. TVGN, not sure if that was meant towards me or Barry, but I'll take a look at that. Very strong. And Paula, for those who don't know, I'm Steve. I'm filling in for Jamie here on Wednesday. Jamie's on kind of a sabbatical, and he'll probably be back in a couple of months. We'll see. But for now, I'll be here today and tomorrow. And so TVGN right off the bat is looking through my window, my set of eyes. Paula, looks good for the moment, because I use the 15-minute chart and I use the 10 SMA. Okay, that's a 10 SMA. And this is a 5-day, which is also a 130. those two moving averages are all I use. And you can see that TVGN yesterday came down and settled into the 5-day moving average as a base, took off, and now we're using this 10 SMA as our guide. This is the guiding hand of momentum. And so my rule is once you get the first closing candle below this line, that is my exit. That's when the momentum is dying. But for now, looks pretty good still. If we look left on the daily chart, there's nothing. Let's see here. Let's see if there's anything to look at. Ah, yes, there is. Okay, so we've got weekly, maybe the bottom of this candle right here, you could say there is a level of resistance probably right there. You can see that. And so we look left on the daily chart to see where can we get? Well, that's support, support, resistance, resistance. So this level is our pivot level, $4.33. Maybe today, tomorrow, Friday, TVGN can make it that high, but I would be very careful at this level. There's a lot of sellers are going to come in here. You're going to see a lot of selling here. And as long as this stays okay, then you're good. But if this breaks, then be careful. But I don't see any new questions. Again, I'm filling in for Jamie today, and I'm happy to talk about anything you want. Look at charts, psychology of trading, trading styles. You want to configure a scan. We can go many different directions. Otherwise, I will just start rambling. Trust me, I can ramble. As you heard me say to Barry, I'm a swing trader. I'm not in a lot of things. I sold a lot of risk today. I just don't want to carry much risk. You know, the market, let's in general, let's take the weekly off. Okay, so real quick, the same thing I was just talking about with you guys on TVGN, let's apply that to where we are now here in the market. And what we've got is the 10 SMA kind of leading the price lower of the SPY. So, and we're under this 5-day moving average. So we're under this key level. So we're under pressure. And if I look left, I see that we are now in between the 10 SMA and the 20. I feel like we're in kind of no man's land. This is a vacuum space here. Probably very easy. We can come down to this level today very easily. And the 20 has been a level of support, this red line. But I just feel like the market is just begging to come down and test this level again. And I don't want to be a part of that long. NASDAQ. NASDAQ's a bit ahead of the S&P, respectively, because, as you see, it is almost touching its 20. So the NASDAQ's a bit weaker today. It's leading the way lower. We just made a new low as I'm speaking. Look at this 5-day moving average holding the price. That is impressive. This is why I use this moving average, you guys. If you're new, I'm going to show you. All you do is go to indicators and create a simple moving average. Once you have that simple moving average, SMA, your periods are 130 because there are 130 15-minute candles in 5 days of trading. And this allows me to use this on my 15-minute chart and have the same visual than I would have over here. But over here, it's too much. So I transpose the 5-day moving average into the 15-minute chart. And look at how it was acting as resistance. I call this the pinch play right here. We're pinching. The 10 is crossing down below and forced the price lower. This is very weak. This is very negative. So be careful out there if you're long. We're making new lows as I speak. Can anybody hear me? Let me know if you're out there. Otherwise, I feel like I'm talking to a wall. Thank you, Pepe. Can always rely on Pepe. Hello, Gregory. Thank you. Let's check in on the small caps. Again, the NASDAQ's leading us lower, but what's going on in small cap land with the IWM, which is where I like to play. Hi, dog. All ears, dog ears. Thank you, Bill. Ooh, look at this. Another great example of my two indicators just being simplicity in action here. I thought the NASDAQ was the weakest. I'm corrected. The small caps are the weakest. We broke through our 5-day here. And once the 10 SMA got a hold of it, it's like a dog almost, except here, just won't let it go. It just grabs it and shakes it. And most importantly, we had a little bounce here in the IWM. And the minute it hits that rising, the declining 10 SMA and gets rejected like that, it's just feedback to me that we're weak out there in the general backdrop. What has been easy to do and buy dips and buy dips and buy dips eventually is going to come to an end. And the idea is to protect what you've made on the buy the dip market on the way up and start to recognize maybe some of the stall warnings of an airplane losing its lift and go light. And that's where I am. I'm not looking for any new positions right now. I'm down to the core holdings, which let's talk about rum. Okay. Gross. But I've been in this thing for a few days, playing the elections. I literally am probably never going to sell because I have this core position of DJT down at 13, and I picked up the warrants. I talk about it each week at 11. I'm sorry, at 9, 8, something like that. Let me see, 13 and 8. As I was talking with Barry, one of the biggest ways you can grow an account is to just kind of sit in the ones that are actually going to work. And if you have a theory and a story, as long as the chart confirms the story, you can make good money doing that. And there's no bigger story out there right now than this one. And I think this is a direct correlation of the poly market, showing the polls where the money is flowing. And in a sense, this is literally the most sensitive money market, the poly market. So with those two in mind, and again, I told Barry the hardest part is, sitting through this stuff right here. That's a whole week of patience, but it pays off if you stick around and listen to the tea leaves. With that said, I bought Rumble Media. I think there's a shift in public perception of media, and Rumble, competes with YouTube and other platforms where content creators can actually make money and not worry about being censored or have their account closed and nuked. And that's a big deal for a lot of people. And so I took an entry a little premature, and then I added to it 2 days ago on Monday right there, that little spike. Loved that. Enjoyed yesterday. But what's happening here, and Andy reminded me, apparently they dropped a shelf offering. They're threatening to dilute their share by 300 million roughly. I don't know what the price is set at, but that would make total sense as to why this thing can't get out of first gear. It rallies and then it retreats. It's because there's a shelf offering, which means once people understand where the price is offered, they've basically given people notice that we're ready to dilute and raise more capital, which is fine. That's what small caps can do. So it's basically tampered a lot of the momentum that I think this Rumble Media wants to participate in following the DJT Global Media, but it just can't get out of its own way yet. And I was up at 1 a.m. Pacific time, and Rumble was, let's just take a look. I'll show you exactly where it was. Pre-market was at 670. Look at that. So there is pent-up demand in this thing, but for some reason, it just keeps getting worked back into a range here. And this is definitely the price action, a telltale sign of what they've already announced, a shelf offering to dilute the stock. So until more details come out, this thing might have a hard time getting out of its way, but that's not keeping me out of it. I've literally ridden the gap up from 1 a.m. all the way down to now. I'm not getting out. This is just it's more of an investment. So I've gotten rid of my swing trades, but I've got a couple investments I'm still willing to to work. I think there's a lot of pent up demand when you look at this volume and the action. I'd liken this to, it's a car revving its engines here on the staging area. All right, Syrup, double bottom SPY, support at 478. So we're still in an uptrend. Nothing wrong with looking at that. Yeah, 578.50. So we're about ready to challenge that. And 578.50 is the high. No. Yeah, I see what you're looking at. You're looking at basically kind of this low back here, right there. So 578.57. We'll just put a price alert in there. It's always a good practice as a trader. You can be looking at an email or talking on the phone, and you have an action plan, and you have to use these price alerts to nudge you that, look, this just triggered. Do you want to follow through with your action plan or let it sit? So, Syrup, we will see if the buyers step in. It's kind of we're looking at two things. We're looking at a price level. I see this level back here too. So it's a very strong level. It might hold. This is the third attempt on it. Sometimes the third attempt is the charm. But what I see on my daily chart, I still see way too much space here between the 10 and the 20. And yesterday and the day before, the 10-day simple moving average held the buyers. Today, that gave way. Here's my 5-day moving average. Look at right here, held that strong. We went to big highs up here, and then we gave away the 5-day. We got it back, and we gave away. And now we've got momentum really throwing us down, body slamming us into this level that you pointed out, 578.50. So we can watch that level for sure. The nano nukes. Ooh, starting to get interesting. I've been trading around these, but again, I don't know if I want to keep pushing my luck. That was a pretty big blow off we had on Monday. And honestly, 2 days of selling sometimes just isn't enough for me. I kind of like 3 days of selling, but then I don't even know, if it's ready to gear up and do it again. Maybe. We've got SMR. These are all, another lot of consolidation up here, working off that big move. And then we've got Oklo, which I think is the most explosive of them. But I just feel like we're a day early maybe in these things still. These still might need some more. And I don't want to overstay how well I've traded them. So I'm not going to jump back in those. We've got Tesla earnings today. All indicators point to the stock wanting to roll over there. We've got kind of that pinch play. But there's no follow through today because the market's going to want to see what the actual numbers are. And, I've done a couple of podcasts with Michael where we talk about Tesla. I've come to the realization just recently in the last month or two that Tesla is not a car company. Tesla is an AI robotics company. And it's pretty fascinating what they're doing with the AI knowledge that every Tesla vehicle has. It's watching you as you cross the street. It's observing you, and it's going to program that intelligence into their Optima robots so they learn how people interact and move, and it's really crazy. So I stopped looking at Tesla as a car manufacturer. It's a giant AI data center to store. What's really impressive about Elon Musk is he can get things done so quickly. I saw that he set up 200,000 NVIDIA GPUs in an array in a giant building, set them up in 19 days. Well, I know Elon probably had people working around the clock, double shifts, but normally that would take 3 to 4 years, in the government bureaucracy, regulation, featherbed, union nesting, all that stuff. he just cuts right through the bullshit and gets things done. It's crazy that he was able to do that. And so the speed at which this company is developing under his leadership is pretty impressive. I'm looking forward to seeing the earnings tonight. I anticipate that price alert that we set at the 578.50 will go off while I'm live with you. We'll see what happens. All right, just a quick one for the newbies. This is the power of trade ideas. This tree map here, pull back to the 10 SMA. You've heard me talk ad nauseum about the 10 SMA on my 15 and also the 10 SMA on the daily. But I've programmed this scan to show me stocks that are up at least 4% in 10 days, at least $5 or higher. However, we're down at least 1% today. So over the last 10 days, we're up 4%, but today we're down 1%. And right here is the 10 SMA filter. And I've created an envelope around it, 1/4% below, 1/4% above. And so any new pullbacks on strong stocks with a new low will show me. And so everything I click on here is going to look like this NXE, something that's ideally been strong, but it's pulling back and alert, alert, alert right here at the 10 SMA. This is how we want to trade, meaning we want to be the bidders on the pullback and buy the dips. We don't want to be the chasers up here selling to the people. All right, good question. Charles, happy to segment. I sold my BBAI this morning. I don't like it anymore. And it's a perfect example of why. I mean, I'll tell you exactly. I gave myself a reason. Let me see if I can really zoom in here. Okay, this was yesterday. And I looked at this and I said, I would be crazy to sell the close. I like to sell the close when things aren't working. I will sell midday, which I did today. And I'll show you why. But this was the look last night. Okay, big push, pull back, consolidation, holding. But then we get this, okay? Intraday, we slammed into this. I've been talking about this before you arrived. This is my 5-day moving average. This is a big level of interest on the 15-minute chart. Once it was rejected here and it couldn't recover on the open, I saw it started heading lower. I just hit market sell. Just get me out. I don't want to be in this thing. Because over here, it was basically breaking down. Today was do or die. It needed to do that, and it didn't. So I cut my losses around here. Small loss. So that's my reasoning for not being in BBAI anymore. I was talking to Andy, IONQ. This is a new space, you guys. And so when a new space emerges, you have to figure out who's going to be the big gorillas. Well, IONQ, you can't stop that. PLTR is probably the big gorilla. But secondary ones, CXAI can't get out of its own way. It's horrible. BBAI can't get out of its own way. Sound was a trade of the week. It can't follow through. And then you've got AI was a trade of the week, never even triggered, can barely bounce. So I think what's happening here is take note of who are the winners. IONQ and PLTR, these types of companies are going to be the winners. We really don't have a great comparison competitor list yet, but those are the ones that seem to be breaking out and showing. Manufacturers, quantum computers, quantum computing. Okay, so then we're on the hardware side. Whereas Palantir has a unique business model. They will come in. I'm learning a lot about AI because I took on the project here at Trade Ideas. Very soon, we're going to have a chat. It's powered by ChatGPT 4.0. It'll be on our homepage. You'll be able to come in and just interface, and it's a ChatGPT engine. But it's specific to trade ideas. And how did we do that? I was in charge of that, and I submitted. We had a contract team. It was a 4-month project, and they're overseas in India or Pakistan, I think it was. nice group, and they put it together for us. But I had to submit to them all of our emails, all of our tagged emails, all of our chats, and to kind of go through and scrub and filter out a lot of stuff. All of our web pages, all of our documentation pages, all of our YouTubes, all of our channels, and basically threw everything ingested into the knowledge base of our private AI. And so now when that comes up, you'll be able to pop in and go, hey, can you show me again how to scan for high relative volume, but make sure I only see it at the 10 SMA? And you will likely get an answer and some images and instruction on how to do that. There's our spy alert. So I'm excited about that. So in that vein, as what I was talking about, Palantir, you're right, they're a good company. They're taking people's data, everything, and they're saying, okay, according to our algorithm and our AI, you're leaving a lot on the table in this department. You could do better in this department. You could be more efficient over here. And it's just a way of literally helping companies excel quickly. Very impressive. So you guys will be able to soon interact with our GPT bot. We did the same thing with it. You just have to train it with your stuff. Very, very interesting. So let's go back to SPY and see what's going to, oh, we're bleeding through. We're bleeding through. So these are stops probably being run. Everybody is seeing the same thing. And everybody's putting there, oh, if it trades below 578.50, market, sell, get me out. And so that's why you see like a little vacuum drop here, because everybody sees the same thing. But I kind of feel like we have a date with this 20 SMA. So I'm going to move my price alert down to that 20 SMA. There we go. And that's what's up. Yeah, Charlie, I'll tell you what I would do. I would just keep an eye on PLTR. Things will correct eventually, and this looks a little tired. It could this is a parabolic move. You just can't initiate a position like this with a parabolic move. Now, these are one of the stocks that you want to have on your wish list. As you see back here, people who were on their game took advantage of this gap down after earnings, and they just nailed it. Personally, I would go like something like this. I'd probably create a price alert somewhere around there, and maybe another one around there. And if those were prices that were attainable, maybe you could start looking at some leaps from those levels. But I just feel like anything up here is a chase. Yeah, it's probably much easier to see on the weekly. Weekly 574.71. Yeah, I see what you're looking at. Those two candles back there. That's quite a move, and people start to, as I said to Barry, and even as a trader, you start to get complacent. You just keep thinking, oh, I can't do any wrong. I'll just buy every single dip that comes through. And eventually that will come back to bite you. So I'm trying to learn from past mistakes of being too over anxious and over aggressive and overconfident in these types of markets. This one over here, save, is just nothing but a short squeeze list. But back to this one. This was pulling back to the 10 SMA. Oh, we got to go to weekly. I'm sorry. Daily. That makes much more sense. Okay. Upstart. What is this? I forgot what Upstart is. Oh, another AI. Okay, so yeah, there's another one. And whether it's Palantir or Upstart, they're starting to break that 10 SMA. I think these names might be starting to break their momentum line, which is healthy. They can't have solid momentum forever. The trick is just not chasing them at highs, or if you do try to buy the 10 SMA balance, if it doesn't work, you got to get out quick. But as I go through this list here, these are all names that are pulling back, and they're all kind of breaking through their 10. 1, 2, 3 days of selling. This one could work. What is this? Clearwater Analytics, web-based, another software type company. I'm just not bullish right now, guys. I feel like it's time for a breather, and we're on lows as we speak in the NAS, and we did kind of complete that 20-day SMA in the NASDAQ Qs. SPY, I believe, are probably going to come down and trigger this blue line again. So, hey, if you're short, good on you. I'd rather just be in cash and kind of just turtle. All right, let's take a look at that. Charlie, 1650 entry in Palantir in your first go around. Okay, so way back here, probably. That would be the only time that would make sense. Got a big gap and then a nice gift up into the 20s. And so, yeah, you got spoiled. What happens is you're like, oh, this is fun. And then what you don't want to do is just keep diving into the same pool for no reason. Basically, Palantir didn't give us much of a reason back here in this grinding 3 or 4 months. And it didn't really start to catch my attention until this day right here. This was super interesting. Giant gap down to the 200. And when you see a gap down after earnings and it trades immediately back up, it's like the pros just said, thank you for the gift. You all are missing something. And that was it. It never looked back from there. So even a Fibonacci, I wish I had Fibonacci on here, but I don't. You'd go low to high, and a 50% retracement from 20 to 40 would be 30. That's why this one right here, I'm going to delete this one. That's probably too egregious. If Palantir can come back down to this 30 level, 33 level, and that might be interesting again. It needs to blow off some steam. It just can't do that forever. It's got to take a breath. Yeah. Let me tell you a story, Charlie. When I first started trading, and Andy, we both knew a guy. And by the time we had gotten to the floor, we traded on a floor here in San Diego because that's the only place that had the fastest internet. And it was cool because everybody was learning and the energy was in the room, and it's before people went back home to trade. But there was this guy, Ron, and poor Ron. He started trading. He was a pilot, and he cashed in his 401k. And his very first day of trading, he hit the jackpot on Dell computers back in 1998. And he made like $40,000 his very first day of trading. Believe it or not, it's the worst possible thing that could have ever happened to the guy. It ruined him. He never had a benchmark to work from there. It was just all downhill from there. He just kept swinging the bat as hard as he could, and he didn't know why. And he was always the last to buy and the first to sell. And it was sad. So when I see your Palantir, that was a nice gift. And so as a new trader, you can't get too complacent and think it's too easy. Yeah, he would take bad trades. He would see everything running to highs, and he'd go, "Oh shit, I've got to get in this trade. Everybody's making money, and I'm not." And then boom, he'd be the last one in. And as I said, stocks breathe. And back then we were trading quarter points. They were moving quickly. 1,000 shares could net you up or down $1,000 real quick. Quarter, half, three-quarter gone. And this was Dell and Cisco and Yahoo was coming alive. And he never understood how to take a safe entry. He was always chasing the dragon. Literally, he was always, I think that happened to me. I didn't even want to really ask, but I was curious after that trade happened to you, how it went from there. You probably had a bit of hard knocks here and there because it messes with you. It's not a good thing to have happen. You need to like start off slow and learn to touch the stove when it's not hot and make your mistakes cheap. And the worst thing that ever happened to him was he had a windfall. And then from the day 2 on, he just kept making his mistakes expensive. And then it was sad. It was sad to watch, honestly. Poor guy. He had to go back to being a pilot. Time soon to go long SPY, in my opinion. Let's take a look. That's why we have a market. It's full of opinions. So it wicked below the 578. We got a little 15-minute wick there. I'll give you this. We are definitely extended. There's a lot of space between there, and there's a lot of space between there. And especially in a bull market, you're going to have people that say, nope, this is enough. I'm going to buy it. And I'm not saying it's not going to work. And I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying I'm not doing it. I'm kind of going into protective mode. If you're good at trading the SPY, you could trade some of those ETFs, I bet. SDS is a double. SQQQ is the short for the NASDAQ. And then I can't remember what the long ones are, but I like to do that. If you're going to trade the indexes, I like to get the extra leverage playing the triple ETFs. Yeah, you got to get your confidence back. It gives you false confidence when you have such a good start like that. All I can say is have a reason to buy. Try to be contrarian as possible, meaning wait for 3 days. Look for an entry that makes sense, whether it's a pivot point or a moving average or a level of support. And the better your entry, the better the trade will go from there. But the worst thing you can ever do is chase 3 bars, green bars on the daily chart, and say, people are making money without me. I've got to get in this. If you find yourself chasing the herd, you're going to be like Ron, and you're going to be doomed. And then once you are in, you've got to know what your out is. And you can't keep drawing the line on a new out. Somebody I know that should remain nameless is good, but he doesn't have the risk management that I think he really could use. Meaning he takes the entry and he goes, there's my stop. And it's usually, kind of a random stop, maybe 5% or a technical stop. But if the market were to roll over, or if bad news came out in that sector, or something kind of changed and you looked over and you're like, God, that thing's probably heading for my stop, I will sell it. I'm not going to wait for it to trigger. And that's part of my risk management. I have no problem getting out before my stop if everything else has changed after you've entered the trade. And so I think this particular person could do better if they would just manage their downside a little tighter rather than just go, oh, I'll be okay. I'll just let it stop out. That's kind of a sloppy style, in my opinion. Yeah, you're playing kind of a different game than I am, Sinop. You're probably great at it with selling and buying calls and options. I don't trade options hardly ever at all. I just trade the common, and if I have conviction, I go with big size, or I'll use a leveraged ETF. I was trading some bigger size that I was accustomed to on these SMRs and nanonuclears, but I'm out of them now. I'm going to let them sit. All right, you guys have any charts you want to look at, or well, this one's kind of interesting, but I don't want to take a new trade. Why is it interesting? Well, all right, we'll take a look at that one sec. Oh, I'm familiar with that one. I was in that one last year. Trup, Trupanion. Everybody loves their pets. Everybody will put their pets' health before themselves. For some reason, 33 million shares, over a third of them are short. That's what happened back here. This was the beginning of a short squeeze. I played like that much of it, and then I got out. I didn't think it had the wherewithal to continue, but it did. But I've been watching it, and it's giving me perfect 1, 2, 3, 4 days. And it's right here on my 10 SMA. And when it does that, I look over to the intraday and say, well, what's happening here? Well, it's under the 5-day. I don't like that. But it is kind of trying something here. Every time I make a live trade, it doesn't work out, so I'm not going to trade it. But this would be something I would consider, only because this really intrigues me. This 35% short. This thing still might have another move in the tank of short sellers scrambling to get out. All right, UAVS. Okay, it's coming back to life. Very familiar with this one. I was playing it a couple years ago, actually. Playing it back here. I remember the day. And it was just one of those things where the market, this is 2020, and you could throw darts at a board and probably make money in 2020. And it went to sleep. Well, what do we have? Do we have news? They're going to enhance shareholder value. That's always a good thing. Okay, so all we've got to look at is the intraday, basically, because the daily chart is a death march that they keep reverse splitting, it appears. This is interesting. It's a stock. It's certainly making noise, and some days, just a half a day is not enough. It might have some more behind it. So far, so good. You know, as a day trade, Matt Hale, it doesn't look bad. I don't think I'd want to see it break back down below 3 and close. My rule is when you've got something in motion like this, certainly volatility, as long as these candles do not close below my rising 10 SMA, and so far they haven't even touched, which in itself kind of can show some strength. It's up 90%. That's always a tough gig to play. I would say just keep this on your radar. Definitely could have some follow through into tomorrow. When we look at the daily chart, here's my declining 10 SMA, and that's where it's getting tangled up. 100% right there is the 10 SMA, and it's getting tangled up. The sellers are saying, yeah, we're just going to do what we've been doing all along, and that's sell you every time you touch this line. Yeah, Charlie, that's another good point. You know, just because that's your stop doesn't mean you have to adhere to it. Our brain is still the strongest AI out there, and it can process all types of new scenarios and situations as they develop and change. Like I said, a sector could fall out of bed that you're in that you don't want to participate in. The market could shift. So, you know, anything goes. But yeah, for Matt, I would just say keep it above 3, man. If it wants to grind back down below 3, then I'd be a little suspect of it. But there's nothing wrong with day trading these things if they've got a catalyst and volume. You can trap some of the shorts. Short flow at 20%. I bet they've been having their way with this thing, and so there's nothing to say that maybe you can't squeeze a couple days of scare out of the short sellers. Verify with TVGN. We looked at that one earlier, didn't we? So our signal candle was way back here. That was our signal candle. I want to highlight something. Usually that will tell me I need to get up and quietly head to the fire exits in the theater before anybody else notices, because as the day drags on, usually I'm glad I did. And so that's why I've come to use the closing 15-minute candle as my signal that, hey, the momentum has dried up. And let's look at this here. Where does this come from? It's come from 34 cents and it's gone to 3. So this is a 10 bagger. When these signal candles roll over on a 10 bagger, don't even ask questions. Just get up and head to the door because momentum is probably broken. So a lot of people in here now that are looking, they're wanting to take their profits and they're hitting the bid to try and get out and take their profits and maximize what they have because 20 minutes ago it was a bigger number than it is now. See, as I'm speaking, they're all hitting the bid saying, get me out, get me out. And if, oh, yuck. And if you had just used that first candle, like I said, this is a perfect example of me saying quietly getting up and going to the exit. It saves me so much hassle and struggle. That's a really good example. I'm glad you brought that up because it just ties in perfectly with what I look at for momentum. Is momentum still intact or did it die? Momentum died 30 minutes ago, in my opinion, over here. Thank you, Mary. Now, Barry uses a 5-minute chart, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's ideal for his style of trading. I use a 15-minute because it's ideal for my style. I can let the noise absorb and give me that closing signal candle and be sure that that's probably the one. Now, on the flip side, somebody might look at this and say, that signal candle, these people are panicking. I'm going to pound and take a short position. That's a viable strategy. And you can get paid really quickly on something that's been up 1,000% in 10 days when people start hitting the bid trying to take their profits because the greed has gotten to them. That's a good point, Charlie. We'll look at that. The AI doesn't read 10Ks or news. The AI just looks at past technical patterns. And if a new technical pattern pops up, it will trigger it with no regard for any fundamentals or anything like that. Oh, I turned off my highlighter and then we can go SGMO. Okay. Beautiful breakout on the daily. I saw the entry of Holly yesterday. So if I put on properties, show, yeah, well, I think I need to click into the AI trade to get that to show. I'll take your word for it. Can I do it here? Let's see. I need to click on the AI module to get that to show up. I'm guessing the AI triggered it. Let's see. You said went to 127, and then it just kind of grinded and did nothing. However, don't forget that the AI is usually early. It's a lot of like the UAVS. It's day one. There could be some day 2, 3, or 4, or 5 behind it. You just don't know. And so therefore, you don't want to take these names off your chart. Just because the AI triggered, it was maybe not the most ideal entry because it grinded around for that same price. But day 2 is a whole new fresh day. And if you were to come in here and say, wow, look at those sellers, man, they're really strong right there at that 129 level. Maybe I should alert myself tomorrow if that level's taken out, I might want to participate. And that's how you have to work with the AI. Let it sometimes signal that, hey, something's happening in this stock. Don't lose sight of it for the next week or two. So I think that's the value there. But you're also correct, Charlie. If you want to look up and talk yourself out of it for any reason, there's nothing wrong with that because the AI doesn't understand fundamentals. So yeah, that's what I would have done, Charlie. If you were thinking yesterday it had more room for today, use the price alert. Right click, set the price alert. So if you're looking away, it jams it right in your face and says, hey, you wanted to know about this. Yes, there is no one way to do it, Charlie. You know, there's 2 factions of traders right now. One, I can tell you guys are, you want to learn. The other faction that we see coming into support is, hey, can Trade Ideas trade for me? I'm too busy. And they're used to their phone telling them when their ride share is here or relocating a route. And that's cool. But that's 2 different mentalities. And I think you're much better served with what you guys are doing trying to grasp it all and learn it all, because there is no substitute for that. Now, I'm not going to sit here and talk about this money machine thing that some of you have heard about, but that's a concept right now, and we're going to test that internally. And I'm just as curious as anybody else. And it could be an amazing product for the person that I mentioned before, where they don't want to look around. They don't want to manage their own trades. They just kind of want to have the system automated for them. And what might be unique about the money machine is that everybody will be in a different set of stocks. Whereas our current AI, everybody's kind of chasing the same ideas as they come out, and that can create a bottleneck of real life slippage in executions. But what I'm kind of excited about in testing, at least, we're yet to see if it happens live, is this money machine. If I turn it on and then somebody else turns it on 20 minutes after me, and we're both set to change in the last 30 minutes, the other person will have a completely different 3 stocks probably than I'm in, because we started at the same time. It's kind of like our compare count windows. It just depends on when you started it. There will also be different ways. Some people might want to say, keep me in the top 3 stocks that have changed from the close. Some people might do top 3 stocks change from the open. Some people might want to do top 3 stocks from the gaps and always stay in the top gappers. But ideally, when we finish building this out and test it, the system will do that for you. So we'll be able to serve both users. But in my mind, I think nothing beats somebody who's trying to learn why stocks move the way they do and take it seriously. It's not really something that you can turn your back on. Technology is not quite there yet. Maybe we'll be the ones to have it. I hope we are. Barry.
Yeah, I'm hearing you talking about this, Steve, the money machine. And so you brought up an interesting point, though, because I know, yeah, we're not going to release it unless it works. Okay, testing it with live money, like real money, taking into account slippage and all that. But you just brought up an interesting scenario. How many different scenarios are we going to test? As you said, the change from the open, the change from the close, the change in 30 minutes, change in 5 minutes. I mean, how many different scenarios are we actually going to
We're going to test them all. We're going to test them all. And I think that's
But
where
with real money, with real money.
Of course. Oh, yeah,
Okay.
of course. No, trust me, I will be a check and balance behind the scenes here to make sure this thing is done correctly. And that means testing. Right now, we're in the concept phase, and it seems great. We're going to go to the live sim trading phase here very soon, internally, and then we'll go to live. And as I said,
when will it be available on the downloadable app, or will it ever be?
Well, that's coming.
I say, it is.
That's actually coming. Yeah. So what I'm saying is, in the next beta release on the Windows version, I'll be able to take, for instance, my pre-map here and say, run the race. Boom. And so the logic will be now installed in our Windows app. On the tree map, you'll be able to run a race on the top 3 and simulate it. You can't trade it. It's the first step in connecting it to our Brokerage Plus module. So
Right.
we're going to be testing internally with our Brokerage Plus module, tied to whichever one of our tree maps we want. And that brings up another point, is that it's kind of a hybrid. It's not everybody chasing the same strategy. Somebody just might sneak off and go, gosh, in my own testing, I'm not going to tell anybody this, but change in 15-minute relative volume is really working well for me. And so you can kind of configure a general idea, not filter by filter, but experiment and watch and see. And so that's going to be the purpose of having it in visual mode, so everybody can kind of play around with it and kind of see and get a feel for what might work best before it goes live.
Well, that's good, because I've not been able to look at it at all, because when I try, I try to load the web-based version, even though I can do it, but it really slows my system down in a huge way. So I can't really look at it. I mean, I can kind of take a glimpse at it, but I can't have it up and running. So you're saying in the next build, though, I'll be able to just do the
down
same
here.
thing
Yeah.
in the simulator. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
You'll basically have a tree map where you can just go, money machine.
Right.
And then you'll be able to configure. You already have configured the tree map. You don't need to configure anything else. On our web version, we have the drop down where you can quickly switch pre-configured channels.
Okay. Oh, that's good. And you're saying in the next build, so that should be what within the next couple of weeks?
No, within the next week, that'll be
Next
on our
week?
on our
Oh,
TI
excellent.
Pro, and then in the next probably 2 or 3 weeks, we'll be connecting it to the Brokerage Plus and sim testing it for a couple of weeks, and then by December, hopefully, it'll be live testing all of December, and
Hmm.
then ideally, if everything goes well, that if it's built and working, maybe January, February, the people who are on that waiting list will be turned loose once we feel it's ready.
But as usual, you're prejudiced against Canadians because we can't do it because Alpaca is not in Canada.
Well, there's
So
also E-Trade. The E-Trade will also be connecting,
yeah, E-Trade is not in
and
Canada either, though.
and Interactive Brokers.
But but you need a commission-free broker.
That's right. They can't
You
do that
really
for
need a
you.
commission-free broker. So
That's
right
the
now,
problem.
IB is not commission-free.
Nope, not on the API side.
Yeah.
No, they're not. No.
So that's unfortunate. But you know what? I mean, I suppose I could. Well, I mean, I'm interested. Listen, if it works in the simulator well, then the only issue is slippage. Really,
Exactly.
that's
And if it
that's
works
the only.
half as well in reality as it's working in testing, then we're still going to be very excited. So
No, it's a great concept. Um, Now, it'll be, I guess the trick right now from the development point of view is, okay, I start my top list or my tree map. The system has to automatically take those top three. And then the minute one drops out, the next one comes in. And so it automatically has to keep doing that. And that's, I guess, the challenge for our development crew
yeah,
to get it done
yeah,
like that.
I think so. Is the programming of the making sure it's done quickly and seamlessly. I've just turned it on here. Change from the last 30 minutes. That thing should start moving in a moment. So theoretically, it's in PNBK. Which there, FGL, looking there, WCT. Now,
And that brings up another point because I mean you don't want to have something that is like that top three just changing so rapidly, like every 5 seconds.
no,
So
but let me show you this. If we go to Momentum Waves, let's say you're a family fund and you got $5 million, and you don't mind allocating, $300,000 per trade or something like that. You can just say, I'll take the S&P 500 long, I'll take the S&P 500 short. And these are big, liquid, slower moving names. They probably are not going to be as active, but obviously, a big family fund with big share size can't come piling into the the market scope where the thinner things are moving
right.
and quickly doing. So, which is also a good thing. We'll be able to service all types of clients, wherever their comfort level sits, if it pans out that way.
Well, fingers definitely crossed on this. It would be
Yes.
marvelous if it can work, and maybe at some point, I don't know. I don't know why alpaca is not in Canada. I mean, it must be some kind of a regulation situation, but who knows? Maybe down the road, because IB's everywhere in the world. I think I do know the reason because commission-free brokers are just not are really frowned on in Canada. It's that simple. And
So
that's
UAVS, whoever was asking me about that one, is on the. I went and ran the change from the open, and it went negative on the onset. But UAVS was the first one that popped in. Somebody was asking me about that. That thing's up 80-90% today.
You know
and
what? See,
TVGN too. Look at that. How funny.
this is the new segment. Okay. I'm calling it CEO issues letters to the shareholder, soothing letters to the shareholder. We've seen about 3 or 4 of them now in the last maybe month, and of which UAVS is another one. They pump. And it's funny though, because yesterday is when early on before the market opened yesterday is when that letter went out. There was no reaction whatsoever.
Yeah, I noticed that. That
Real
was
delayed
weird.
reaction.
Yeah.
But we've seen this now, they come out and say, what, we think our share value is undervalued. And these are all the reasons. And, even if we broke up the company, we should be worth $8. I'm making this up, but $8 a share. And we're only sitting at 2. And there was a couple of companies that did that the last couple of weeks. And they did exactly the same thing that UAVS did, just absolutely scream. Unfortunately, they went back down the next day. But we don't marry them, Steve, right? We just try to
No.
rotate them for about the middle 2/3, as I said.
Exactly. Take the meat out of the middle.
That's right. Okay, my friend. Well, listen, thank you. It's 12:57 Eastern time. So if you want to take off now, you may do so.
Sounds good. I
And
shall.
yeah, we'll see you next week. Okay,
All right.
bye.
Bye.
All right, guys, I am back in both rooms. And now the only thing I've got to do is get my music going. Just give me a moment. All right, guys. Now, you may have seen, not in YouTube, but in the main room, you may have seen me. I actually was able to carve out a couple of dollars in drug. Okay. Remember, I was saying earlier that, a 50 break might be interesting. When I was talking earlier, I'm talking about in the pre market. So you can see that green line right there, that green line turned blue. I'm sorry, that blue line right there that is green now was blue and it turned blue. That signified the break over 50. And so, yeah, I was able to take, not a lot of shares, but I was able to take some shares and get a couple of dollars out of this drug before it finally collapsed again. Again, this is a hugely volatile stock, and I've got a price alert at the high now, 55. Because again, looking left, 63 is the next high. So that was that. That was exciting. And I did a reboot of my system of trade ideas, so that's why I now have a new top 10 list. PC was just a disaster, man. Oh man, high at 553, then right back down to 3. All right, now, guys, maybe DVT is starting again. However, I mean, this one got up to it looked like pretty good volume too. I don't know how many shares were actually traded at $2, but then it collapsed right back down to basically cut in half. And this is pre-market, okay? But look at the volume bar. So there were a lot of shares traded in that 15-minute period. I just don't know how many were traded actually at that two. Probably not that many because I mean, look at the VWAP, but maybe it's trying to crawl off $1 now to DBVT. No, I missed out on the SKK, Charlie. I know I have a new alert now for it at 576. Meanwhile, the market is sort of in a drift down mode, making lower highs on the 5 minute anyway. Don't know what's happening to my candles here. This is not the go no go. I do switch signals and come back in. Interesting. All right, guys. Well, 101. Okay, give me a moment again. Yeah, I mean, this UAVS, I mean, it could. I know Steve was talking about it in the YouTube room to you guys. You know, hugging that 10 SMA still has not ever broken down below it or closed down below it on the 15-minute chart. So and it's still over 3. The high today was around 4, just around 4. And if we can take that out, the next high is 555. And again, this is our new segment, guys. CEOs writing letters to the shareholder, trying to calm them. That's our new segment or new sector. Our new sector. So now the market is starting to get a little more bright red here, guys. Last time I looked, it was not this bright red. So yeah, so the Dow's SPY's down a significant amount. Dow and Nas are both down significantly. I want to take a look at XLE right now and see whether or not it is broken down through the. Yes, it has. So look at that, guys. I don't know if it's going to close underneath, but there is another breach of the 200-day moving average on the daily chart for XLE, the big energy ETF. You can see it is underneath. Let me take a look at retail. My guess is that retail XRT is going to be getting closer and closer. And the answer is yes. You can see how it's been drifting down. Right there is that 200-day moving average. So those certainly, holiday season coming up, you would hope that, I think I read somewhere that 80%, 80% of the profits that retailers make are around the holiday season, which makes sense. Let me take a look at XLK. I don't think it's, yeah, still well above. How about SMH, semis? Yeah, still can't see it. That green line, you still cannot see it. Just looking at some of the other, how about the financials, XLF? Yeah, still can't see it. So the only two you can see, I mean, obviously I could stretch out the screen or shrink it up a bit and I would see it, but not seeing XLE is now below, whether it closes below, we don't know. And XRT is getting closer to that 200-day moving average. So it doesn't look like TVGN. Doesn't look like TVGN is going to kind of do what I was hoping it would do, hang around just underneath 3 and then pop through 3 later. Doesn't look like it's going to. It's pulling back quite a bit now. I haven't seen one for a while. These high flyers in the morning that kind of rest for several hours and then pop through. Well, guys, you know what? Fun is just underneath $11 now. PHUN, not FUN. All right. Carving got a little bit on it, just a little bit. I'm going to be protective on this. This was an AI alert, of course, early, er, and now we can see. Look at that percentage move now, 11.5%. That's on a short. Could. I mean, you're talking about on the downside, of course. Yeah. I mean, look at that, 892. And this is not trading on any news on its own. It's just sort of it's been piggybacking on DJT. So let's take a look at DJT. I'm sure it is not at the highs anymore. Yeah, so you can see DJT is starting to, give it up a little bit. Now there's a 200-day moving average for DJT. Can that hold it? 34.41. 34.41 is the 200-day for DJT. Would be a significant level for it to try to hold. Same thing. Look at this OKIO, OKYO. Look at that. It's got right into that 200-day moving average and stopped. It's right there again. 132 is the 200-day. It's right there. If it can take that out, then you've got 135. Then you've got 135, and then you've got 135. So you can see we've got three highs at 135. If it can take out 135, 170 is the next high on the weekly chart. And as I always say, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but I will certainly put an alert in that area and see if I can take it out and hold over the area and then maybe start to fill in this void a little bit. And I'm talking about the OKYO. But it's got to get through 135. You can see three weekly highs right there, right to the penny. Sorry. Thank you, Pepe or Rich. Yeah. So the question is, if I can't look back for WCT because it's an all-time high, then it becomes more of a field trade. Okay. Can it rest a bit? Can it kind of consolidate a little bit? I mean, right now you're in chase mode, certainly on a 15. Can it kind of rest a bit for a while and then take another move higher? But yeah, there's no chart resistance, so that's out of the equation. But there are all sorts of reasons why a stock won't keep moving higher. Eventually, people take profit. But right now, I would not take that trade because when you look at it on a 15-minute chart, it's very extended. So you might look at this and go, okay, 807. Well, that's too far away. The VWAP is 807, but maybe a pullback area. But there's no area that I can see on a 15 because the VWAP is at 807. But maybe some others may have a different SMA or an EMA on a 5-minute chart. Maybe it pulls back into that. Well, we have no idea where it could go, of course. But we don't really know where a stock could go at any time. I mean, all I do, I just look left to see where could it go before it hits some resistance. Doesn't mean it's going to get there, though. I would say here, at this point, had you had a person seen WCT right here at 11:45 on that, a little bit of consolidation here, and then the break. And you're right, the little color transition, that would have been an interesting place to take the trade right there at $8. Just give me a moment, please. My dog gave a little yelp. I want to make sure nothing's wrong. So give me a moment. Well, again, yeah, Penny, on this one, I would not be chasing it. I mean, it's too, for me, it's just too extended on the, on the 15-minute chart. You've got some pretty big candles and it's been straight hour up. But don't let me influence you. I mean, you think this is a great trade, I will say this, it's not caring what the market's doing. Look at the market, it doesn't care. And let's see, in the 17th, they had some news about full exercise of the over allotment options. So, I mean, it was an IPO a few weeks ago, and it's done very well, really. I would not see this because the relative volume is only 0.39. Now, it's possible it would show up here. I guess it did. I don't have the relative volume in this top list. The reason I don't is because a stock could just be starting out, one of those stocks right at the bottom, and could be starting to move, and the relative volume could really start to be picking up. So I don't want to put a high relative volume. Well, then don't take the trade. Penny, if your math doesn't work without any possible target, then don't take the trade. You will not want to look at stocks that are at all-time highs. You've answered your own question. That's your trading style or plan or whatever you want to call it. So, boy, look at that drug. I mean, just a super, super hard intraday trader. I got fairly lucky on it. I actually thought I thought it might even get close to 60. But it got up to what, 55, and right back down to 40, 46. Well, I don't. It's not that I see that many stocks like that, though, Penny. You're talking. There are not that many stocks that I'm seeing that are at the all-time highs. So it's not like it's not like I have to take the trade. Okay. But as I said before, had I seen this one right here, very possibly I would have taken the trade. I love the fact, over $8. It would have been an all-time high here also. And little consolidation on the fives, and then a break up. Had I seen it here, not sure it ever showed up. In fact, I can tell you for sure it would not have shown up in this race, even though it won a race earlier. But remember, there was no momentum here at all. So, and it would not have shown up on any other scan because the relative volume is only 0.39. My minimum here is 3, as an example. My minimum here is 8. So the only scan it could have possibly shown, well, scan race could have shown up in the race, but there's no way it would have right there. Didn't move enough. All right. So William is going to keep the room open 4-ish. Yeah, we've got Tesla this afternoon after hours. Bets are being somewhat placed right now, guys, over the last few days that they're not expecting, but you never know. All right, guys. Well, listen, I am not seeing anything I mean, the OKO is sort of interesting to me because of that void, but it has still not taken out that 130, whatever I said, 138 or so. You can see that blue line. I'm not going to anticipate that it is, but it's definitely making higher lows right at that, but it's still right at that 200-day moving average. Okay, you know what I'm going to do now? 121. I'm going to go over some money management. Okay, I haven't done this for maybe a couple of weeks, so if you're new to trading, you might want to listen to this. Okay. Now, this is my money management. Okay, I'm not trying to say that this is exactly what you should do, but this is what I do. So I'm going to bring up this Brokerage Plus. This is called Brokerage Plus. You have to have our standard service at least. Okay, our standard service, and then you click on New, and then you click on Brokerage Plus, and you have to be using the downloadable application. It's not available in the web-based version. So here's the Brokerage Plus module. We'll call it. Now, the next step is to click on Sim underneath Brokerage Plus for simulation paper trading. Now, let me back up. When you load it, it should say not connected. It'll probably say not connected. So again, click on Sim, and then that in that box, it should turn to paper trading. Okay. Now, if for some reason it doesn't, if it says account, just click on it, and then there should be a little menu that has paper trading, and just click on it. But I think by now, if you're on, certainly a later version of Trade Ideas, this should turn right to paper trading. Okay. So Our simulator uses our real-time data. Okay, it uses our real-time data. So here's how you can practice trading. So let's take a look. I'll just take something, and this is just for demonstration purposes. I'm going to take a look at noodles. Okay, NDLS. Okay, so you see how noodle NDLS shows up in the box here. Here's a quantity box. The drop down, you can either pick from the list or you can, pick how many shares you want to trade. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to explain why I'm doing all this. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to go in at the market. It's only a 2-cent spread. So I'm going to click on buy and send. Now I'll be in the trade. I'm in the trade at 138 in the simulator. I'm going to put a stop at 118, and I'll explain why. And you'll see on the chart approximately a line will come on that says approximately $100. Okay, it's maybe hard to see. It says minus 97.50, that red line here. Okay, right here, you can see it on the weekly chart. So why did all this happen? So first of all, the way I trade is that I'll have a checklist. Before I can take a trade, everything has to be checked on my list. And now a lot of the things are already checked. I have a certain price range that I want to be in. I have a certain minimum volume. I have a certain, usually relative volume. So a lot of things are already checked. So I'm not having to worry about, seeing something outside the price range I like. So my next step, as you've heard me say a million times, okay, if I'm going to take this trade, where could it go before it hits that next high on a daily chart or a weekly chart? Because again, most of the things I'm looking at are near the high or the low of the day if I'm shorting. Okay. So in conjunction with that, almost, at the same time, I'm also thinking, okay, but if this trade doesn't work, where am I getting out of the trade if it doesn't work? Which, of course, is the stop. So the way I put stops is typically I'll look either at a 15-minute chart or a 5-minute chart, and I'll size up where I think that if it broke down through a certain level, that is where I want to get out of the trade if it's not working. Okay. And now if I were starting out trading, because my idea where I think there's could be some support on a chart, maybe different from yours, or if you're just starting out, sometimes that's a very difficult concept. So what I would do is put the low of the previous 5-minute candle as your stop. Why? Because that's a defined number. There's no guesswork. It's a defined number. And you can practice doing that in the simulator and seeing how that works. Okay. You got to start somewhere. Okay. So why I put my stop, you'll notice I put it 20 cents away. Okay. I got into the trade at 138. I put the stop 20 cents away on purpose just to make the math easy. That's why this says approximately minus 100. Because, and you notice I took 500 shares. I don't take the same number of shares for every trade. The next concept is, well, how much are you going to risk per trade, dollar-wise? Hopefully this makes sense. If you've got a $5,000 account, you probably shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So what I like to demonstrate in our simulator is risking $100 a trade. Now, why I took 500 shares, I purposely put the stop 20 cents away, not because that is, where the stop should have been. I just wanted to make the math easy because the stop is not going to be the same distance from my entry every trade. But I put it 20 cents away. So, and I took 500 shares because if I get stopped out for a 20-cent loss, 500 shares times a 20-cent loss equals minus 100. Okay, I'm just trying to make the math simple. If my stop had been 10 cents away and I'm willing to risk $100, I could have taken 1,000 shares. 1,000 shares times 10 cents equals 100. The next thing I do, how I trade, is I don't vary my risk amount that much trade to trade. In other words, I'm not risking 1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next. I try to keep it within reason. I try to keep my risk amount about the same every trade. Okay. Now you can set up an Excel spreadsheet if you know how to do this, or you can point to the cell that has your risk amount per trade and then type in your entry and your stop, and that'll automatically quickly calculate how many shares you should take. Now don't get hung up and it says 440 shares and but the stock might have moved a bit, so you should take a few less. Don't get too hung up on that, but that's what you can do. Okay, so if you're understanding all that so far, so another thing is, before I would commit money to the market, I would practice in our simulator or some sort of a simulator that uses real-time data. And until you can make money in the simulator, I would not start trading live. If you can't make money in a simulator, it's almost going to be impossible for you to make money trading live. Trading live introduces a whole other set of conditions, which really revolves around your mental state, okay? Your emotions. Because it's one thing to get out of a trade right now. If I let myself get stopped out and I lose $100 in the simulator, oh well, it's just play money. I can watch my P&L go down, down, down. Okay, get stopped out, no problem. A lot different though when you're trading real money and you're seeing that happen. Okay, so if you cannot make money in the simulator, I would forget about trying to make money once you trade live. Now, again, the unfortunate thing is that even if you can make money in a simulator, it doesn't necessarily translate to making money once you start trading live. Again, for the aforementioned discipline, emotions that come into it. It's easy to be disciplined in the simulator, allowing yourself to get stopped out. Sometimes it's just not that easy, okay, when you're trading live. And this is what I mean. So let's just say I was truly in this trade, okay, and I put my stop at 118, a true stop. The room is talking about this trade. We even saw some great news, okay, with NDLS. News is not a reason I take a trade. It's I call it a bonus. If it happens to have some good news and I'm going long, great. But it's not the reason I take a trade. So you get into the trade, and then man, it starts to drift down to your stop price. You can't believe it. Everything looks so fabulous. It was a great setup. Everything should have been working. But it goes down to your stop price, and you think to yourself, well, you know what? This is too good. I'm going to not obey my stop this time because it's going to come back. So now it goes down to 108. Now it goes down to 98 cents and 88 cents. I'm just putting dime increments. So instead of your manageable $100 loss, you're down $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally give up and you kick yourself. You get out of the trade for that unmanageable $500 loss. And you say, why didn't I obey my stop? Those of you who've been in the room for a long time, you know what's coming next. Almost as bad is not obeying your stop, being down that amount of money, and then lo and behold, it does turn around for you. And now you didn't obey your stop, and now you're back up, and now you're making $200, $300, $400. And you basically kind of congratulate yourself, pat yourself on the back. I'm so glad I didn't obey my stop. Can that happen? Of course it can. Okay, of course it can. But in my opinion, over the long haul, that's not the way to trade. That's just my opinion. If you want to, you do what you want to do. But I wish somebody had hammered that point home to me. For sure, I made some lucky trades that, well, first of all, I didn't even really know what a stop was. But yeah, and they'd come back on me, and I think, oh yeah, well, I guess that's just the way it works. And then you get into one and it doesn't work, and you lose a ton of money. You go, okay, and then the next one doesn't work, you lose more money, and then you really start sweating, because what starts to happen is that your risk amount that should be based on your account size, you start saying, man, I've got to make this money up. So I'm going to have to start risking more money each trade. For instance, let's just say you lose 100 on this first trade. Okay. A lot of you will say, well, you know what? I better risk 200 the next, because I want to make that money back, the 100 I lost. Plus, I'm going to make 100 on this next trade. So I'll be up 100 after this next trade works. Well, guess what? It doesn't work. And now you're down $300. 100 the first one, 200 the second one that you risked. Now you're down 300, and you can see where this could go. Well, I better risk 400 the next trade. I want to make that 300, and then you start to sweat. Okay, so that's why, quite frankly, why I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes, because that's what was happening to me. I'd be getting into these really exciting trades right off the bat, and I'd lose. And I'd say, shoot, okay, well, I better risk a little bit more on the next one, because, I want to make it up. And these are, again, still early trades. I lose again, I lose again. So in the first 5 minutes, I could be down a whole bunch of money, really souring me for the rest of the day. So I stopped. I am starting to take, with the odd exception, I'm starting to maybe nibble at some of these trades. if it's coming into my don't repeat. But I'm not going crazy on them. Believe me, I found it way easier just to sit out at least the first 15. If I were starting out trading, I might even sit out the first 30. Because things are just, there's no rush to get into these things. Sure, at the beginning of the day, there's always one or two stocks that just keep moving higher and higher and higher. And you look at it and you go, shoot, why didn't I take that one? Of course. But you know what? There could be 20 others that don't do that. So, so I'm off my soapbox, guys. You can do what you want, but that's my recommendation. You can also use this simulator to practice swing trading. If I don't get out of this trade at the end of the day, and how to get out of a trade. If I had a series of trades I was in, I would highlight the one I want. And then I just flatten it. Flatten it gets you out of a trade. Half gets you out of half, or you could double your position. So if I don't get out of this trade at the end of the day, it becomes, a swing trade. Now the other thing I do, and Steve touched on it in the YouTube room when he was there for his hour. I have a stop here at 118. Again, let's pretend this was a real trade. If I start watching this and it starts drifting down, okay, and I'm just not liking it, and a lot of it can be gut. I'm not liking the way it's trading. Maybe it's breaking down a level I really don't like. I can always get out earlier, okay, than my stop. Or what happens if I'm in a trade that is a little more dependent on the market? And the market is moving, doing, it's not really doing much. All of a sudden, it puts in a big red bar, out of nowhere. Who knows why? Excuse me. Who knows why? And it starts affecting that trade. Well, I'm not going to try to trade against the market, so I always reserve the right to getting out before it hits my stop. Now, the other thing is, I can if I get stopped out, obeying my stop, maybe later on in the day it comes back to a decent entry again. I can always try the trade again. Commissions are so cheap now that you don't have to, in the old days, when you were could literally be paying 200, 300, $400 a trade in and out. I mean, it was really tough. I don't think there were many day traders in those days because your commissions just kill you. But now, you don't have to worry about that. So there. Oh, look at fun, guys. Look at fun now. PHUN. Almost forgot I had this one. Actually, what am I talking about? I'm looking at the wrong one. This actually popped up. I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong one. I was looking at rum here. Rum. Rum is the one I should have taken. So I'm out of the fun, but the rum, yeah, I was looking at the RAI, and rum is the one that kept moving down. Again, they're kind of going in tangent with the GJT. There were a lot of shares available for rum. Shoot. So, guys, the market is continuing to move down here. So this has been first day like this in a while, which we really haven't had any sort of big pull up. Looked like it was going to happen here, but it didn't. All right, William, I know you're trying to get a handle on this PC. Yeah, well, again, IPO from back here. No shorts. Oh, there are shorts available. I can't believe it. 500,000 shorts available. Interactive Brokers. for PC. This is an all-time high now, low now. So it went from almost being an all-time high up here. Now, it's a very narrow range to now basically an all-time low. So maybe rum has some support here, guys. Rum right there, 556 is the next low looking left. Maybe that is a bounce zone. How's DJT doing now? Yeah, so rum is definitely not following DJT at all now. So let's see where fun bounced, okay? Because did it bounce from, or did it get into the VWAP and then get through it? So there's the VWAP. No, it's way above. Actually, no, I'm wrong. 1381 is the VWAP, guys. 1381 is the VWAP. So it's right there. It is right at the VWAP. So will that act as resistance, or will it get through the VWAP and then continue to move? All right, guys, I've got about 40 minutes, or yeah, 50 minutes left. Okay. 140 right now. I'll probably be taking off around 2:30. William says he'll keep the room open till 4, maybe a little after, to see. I don't know when Tesla will actually release. Sometimes these guys release right at 4. Sometimes it's 4:05, or then if you're Apple, like to really delay it till 4:30 or so. See if Apple is coming back a bit. Okay, so William says 4:10. 4:10 is Tesla's release, so he'll probably keep the room open until 4:10. Okay, guys, so look at Fun PUHN. So far, got rejected at the VWAP. So far. Okay, guys, I'm watching this. I want to see how close it gets back to that VWAP again and see if it gets rejected a second time. Okay, Katie, just give me a moment. You know what, guys? I'm going to take this one. I'm going to take a little short of the fun. PHUN. Gets close to that VWAP. I'm out. To see if it the next low on the 50 on the 5 minute is 1325. So I have a little bit of room down there. I'm gonna just to test this. Excuse me, just to test this out. And that's the PHUN. Put a little price alert underneath. See if I can induce it down. This is just really a scalp type trade, guys. It's kind of testing the theory about getting breaking down below the VWAP or getting into the VWAP and stalling. Just testing that a little. Boy, I wish it were that easy. Just putting price alerts and having them trigger. Oh boy, guys, that gave me okay. I've just taken some off. I just took some off. I love that little move. Got right into that little low here. I love that move. Just taking some off now. Down on our short of the fun. PHUN. That came out of nowhere. Of what do you speak, William? So again, what I said was, no, there is the next low, 1326 or so on the 15 minute. Are you talking about the money machine? And William is kidding. I don't talk anybody into buying anything. Has Bitcoin got over 70,000 recently, or is it just kind of butting its head up against it? 68,000. Yeah, I'm short fun. Yes, PHUN. Yes, Dave. Yes. Again, it got into the VWAP, rejected it, took it at 1359, actually 1359 on the short. But I've covered some. Okay, I wasn't looking at this as being like a massive mover. I was thinking maybe if I got lucky, I could get down to 1328 or so below that candle. If I get really lucky, I'll get down to here. But I've already. This was just sort of an experiment to see how well our rejection of the VWAP a couple of times can give us a bit of a trade. It's not typically my style of trade. Weren't a lot of shares available, 29,000 right now. I can't remember how many were available then. What do I think of Bivy? Let's take a look. Well, Bivy won a race, so I can click on it and see what I see. Yeah, I mean, it's got that look, of a potential. I mean, it's above yesterday's high. There's the 200-day moving average. So that's far enough away, 546 or so. 551 is the 200-day. Certainly far enough away. But, it's been kind of meandering around. There's the high, 438. We'll probably have to take that out. Where's the VWAP? The VWAP is at 412. So, it kind of did the same thing. I mean, it got below the VWAP, but into this area. And then when it took out the VWAP, there you go. Okay, guys, out of fun, PHUN gave me actually a little bit more than I thought it would. Yeah, I do see. I see RVMD, expensive stock. What's it doing? Yeah, no kidding. What a great break right there. 46.81 all the way up to almost 50. Wow. And I see it was showing up in my momentum scan, but I didn't click on it. Probably would have happened earlier too, but I didn't click on it. Now let's see, using Steve's methodology with the fun. Yeah, that would be really close. Steve's methodology is if it closes above the ADMA, you're out of the trade. It looked like it closed right at it, right on it. And this one, it's still got 7 minutes. Be interesting to see. I know it might be hard to see in my 15-minute chart, but that yellow line, and that is kind of where it closed, right? Did not close over the 10 SMA. So I guess he would still be in this short. Okay, come on. Pop for William. Okay, you're in at 225? 225? Okay, 233. You're rich, or than you think. That's a commercial in Canada. Mhm. Look at noodles now, guys. I should have taken it for real. No, maybe not. Now, this is something I should have been pointing out also. Notice I've got a couple of columns here. One says max P&L and one says distance from the exit price, okay? Common question. Well, you know what? I seem to be getting out of stocks too early or not holding them long enough, et cetera, et cetera. And that, listen, we all go through it. There's no magic. I don't care how long I've been trading. I'm always going to leave money on the table. Okay. Just try not to leave so much. But what I don't want to do is this. Look at the max P&L. It says plus 20. Not a big deal. But what if that max P&L said 500? And now I'm down 17 on that trade. That'd be horrible money management, wouldn't it? You would never want to see a $500 gain turning into right now a $26 loss. Okay. Now, nobody is saying that you're going to get out right at the absolute top penny. But let's just say, for argument's sake, at one point you were up $500, and then when you got out at 400. That's still pretty good. I mean, again, don't beat yourself up. I mean, it's very hard, obviously, to just time the absolute top penny. You just don't want to give up so much, though, and certainly you don't want to let a positive trade turn negative. So that's number one. Number two is the distance from the exit price. If I exit this trade right now, what that is going to tell me is going to tell me this. Well, since you exited, this is what it's done. So if you went long something and you got out, what you don't want to see is a big positive number there. You know, like $1, $2, $3, because that would mean since you exited, it is $1 or $2 or $3 above your exit price. Okay, which is what you love to see is a nice big negative number. And you can say to yourself, wow, good thing I exited when I did, because now look where it is, way under. Okay. So just, a couple of gauges to let you kind of know how good are your exits. Oh, I know what you did. You did. I don't think you said, but this is a classic William. I don't know if you did it, but this would be a classic William to find a way to short this one at the top, near the top, on the RVMD. I don't know if he actually did it, but super hard to do, guys. It looks easy after the fact. You see a stock that goes a little parabolic and you say, wow, I just shorted. Problem is, and drug was a good example a couple of days ago. every time drug kept making new highs, you would have thought, wow, I better short it now. I mean, it's up 100%. Now it's up 120%. Now it's up 200%. Well, you're going to get all these little highs that you think, are eminently shortable. But, it's really, and eventually, sure, a drug or one of these stocks will go crazy. Of course, after the fact, it looks obvious. It's just not so obvious while you're trying to figure out, well, is this it? Is this it? Is this it? Same with a bounce. Some stock that's getting hammered down. And a lot of people want to try to play a bounce play. There has been a dire dearth of questions today, so I guess everybody knows everything. So, guys, I mean, this is a support room too, so you can ask questions all day long. So what I've been doing is around 2 o'clock, if I'm not seeing very many questions and I'm not really doing anything, I just put myself on mute. Grumpy. I put myself on mute with a message saying I'll hop back on the mic if there is a question, okay? So KV Ray, were you listening to my spiel about money management by any chance? Well, then you should know, if you were paying attention, you should know the answer to that question. The number of shares I take is based on the difference between my entry and my stop. Okay? So it can change every trade. Okay? Again, as I said in the example, I took 500 shares because I put my stop 20 cents away. My stop is not always 20 cents away. I just wanted to make the math easy. So if I'm going to risk $100 a trade, 500 shares times 20 cents, if I lose, is 100. But if my stop had been 10 cents away, I would have taken 1,000 shares. Okay, 1,000 times 10 cents is 100. What I do try to keep the same is how much I risk per trade. So hopefully that makes sense, because my stop, my stop, my share size is based on the difference between my entry and my stop. It's not going to be 10 cents every trade and 5 cents every trade. It could be 12 cents. It could be 23 cents. So it's going to be different every trade. Now, I will say this, that, I mean, a lot of the things that I do, they're kind of the cheaper type stocks, not because that's what I'm focusing on, but I mean, if you're looking at these things right here, I mean, to get big percentage moves, usually they're cheaper. So I'm not putting 50, 60, 70 cent stops on stocks like that. Okay. I mean, that'd be way too much for me anyway. It's all based on how much I'm willing to lose on the trade. First thing I think of, where's my stop? And when I know where my stop is, and I know how much I'm going to risk per trade, then that determines how many shares I take. And my risk per trade, I try to keep it about the same every trade. I don't risk 1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next. Always with my stop. I know it sounds contrarian, but I always have to figure out, if I take this trade, where am I going to get out? Where am I getting out if it doesn't work? That's probably really, in fact, before I even look, well, okay, most of the time, when I look, and if say I wanted to take this, well, we did this noodles, I can kind of quickly see that there's a lot of room, on the daily and the weekly. Okay, I can kind of quickly see that. I haven't calculated exactly where it could go, but I can kind of quickly see. So then my next step is, okay, where am I going to get out if this trade doesn't work? So if I'm going to risk 20 cents a trade, I have to be able to look left, okay, on the daily chart or the weekly chart and see that it could move at least 40 cents before it hits that high, but the next high. Okay, because I don't mind risking 20 cents to try to make 40 cents. But if I know my stop is 20 cents away and I look left and the next high is 5 cents away, I'm not going to risk 20 cents to try to make 5 cents. Okay? It's all about risk reward. Now, there are some out there that say, well, that's not enough. They like to see a 1 for 3. So if you're going to risk 20 cents, you've got to be able to look left and have a reasonable expectation of it moving 60 cents. 20 cents, risking 60 cents profit. Doesn't mean it's going to get there, but just try to put the odds in your favor. And where could it reasonably go before it hits that next high? And that's the other thing. I won't absolutely like 100% wait to get that. If I risk 20 cents and I see 40 cents as the next high, I'm not going to wait absolutely till it hits 40 cents to get out of the trade or start taking some profit. For instance, it might get 30 cents, okay, instead of 40, and then it stalls and it starts coming back down. Well, I'll take some profit, okay, because I think, well, maybe this trade is just going to stall. Just because I want it to go 40 cents doesn't mean it's going to. Oh, that's why they're here. The leaf blowing machine is outside my window again to pick up all the leaves that it blew yesterday. Look at the SPY. Yeah, I haven't seen a day like this for a while, guys. Basically, a sell-off all day. And the SPY is down 7 point. I mean, that's a pretty big move. That is a big move. 7.9 now, and Dow is down 500, Nas is down 300, 400 or so. It's a big move. But let's take a look at the SPY on the weekly. Well, here's the daily, but on the weekly, we're still up in this area. The all-time high was 586, or about 10 below that. Looks a little more ominous on a daily chart, but let's take a look at it on a monthly chart. And today is just a little blip. I mean, the trend is still up. Today is just a little blip. Now, that little blip could turn into more and more. I get it. All right, guys. Well, I think I'll put myself on mute. I don't see any questions, so I'm going to put myself on mute. And if you have a question, just don't be shy, okay? Ask away. Okay, so I'll mute myself now. And interesting, look at this. I mean, this compare count, 94% of the stocks, and it makes sense with the market down like this, but not always does it make sense. Sometimes, market being down like this and you still see a lot of green. Not today. 94% of the stocks that have made it through on the ticker have been red. In other words, and these are all stocks making new lows of the day. Only 6% were up. Okay, so a question in our YouTube room. Andra Zook, have a really hard time setting a stop and end up bag holding way too many times. Is it worth it to set up a trailing stop instead? Well, okay, I don't use trailing stops, so but why are you bag holding? Does that mean you're not obeying your stop? I'm talking to a gentleman in our YouTube room. Does that mean the only way you can end up bag holding is because you're not obeying your stop, right? No, I don't use trailing stops, and I know people who do. The reason I don't use trailing stops is because I'm usually in not more than, say, two trades at a time. I like to manage my exits kind of in a very manual way. If I were in, 10 trades at a time, I'd have to figure out another way. And maybe a trailing stop would be a way to go, but I don't use trailing stops. So it's hard for me to say, yes, you should. But my initial question is, bag holding only means that you haven't obeyed your stop. Or okay, now I think I'm more understanding. You have a hard time setting a stop. You don't know where to put a stop. Is that what you really mean? And it's not easy. I mean, that's why I was saying, I have an idea. I've been trading for a while, so I have an idea, when I size up a chart where I think there could be a support area. You could maybe use the VWAP as a stop, or as I said before, okay, maybe the low of the previous 5-minute candle as a stop, okay, because that is a defined number. But that, of course, implies that when you're taking trades, you're following some kind of a plan for taking the trade. There's a reason for you to take the trade. As I say, I've got my little checklist, and unless I can check everything, I don't fudge it. I don't think to myself, well, I've got 6 things on the checklist, but 4 of them I can check, so I'm going to take the trade. No, I'm very, very, very rigid about that. So you may want to try a couple of other things. Maybe the low of the previous 5-minute candle. Maybe the VWAP. If the VWAP is sort of close enough, you don't want to have a VWAP. I don't know what price range you're normally trading. But if you're, I would practice a little bit then in figuring out how to place stops. Where are you going to put your stops? Some people put, the stops at the low of the day. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, I guess, but then you've got a pretty wide stop. Then you're taking fewer shares. Maybe the low of the previous 15-minute candle instead of a 5-minute candle, then your stop is going to be wider. You're taking fewer shares, but maybe it keeps you in the float, or in the float. It keeps you in the trade longer. But I mean, I have mental stops. Don't get me wrong. I have mental stops, but I obey them. I think another thing is you have to analyze why you took the trades then. And if you're getting stopped out all the time, why are you taking those trades? But my suggestion may be to maybe take the low of the previous 5-minute candle, see how that works. Okay. Assuming your setup, you're adhering to the setup that you like, and you're not kind of, being wishy-washy about it. Think, yeah, it looks pretty good. I'll take it. And the other thing, are you over trading? Like how many trades what is your experience of trading? How long have you been trading? A lot of people over trade, I think. They want to be in trades all day long. They've got to be in trades all day long. I'm certainly not like that. And again, I'm talking to Onder in our YouTube room. Try it. Yeah, I don't. If you're a Trade Idea subscriber, then use our simulator to do that, because it's a defined number. The low of the previous 5-minute chart, or a 10-minute chart, or a 15. Just try it and see what happens. Well, at least KV Ray, you know that you're going to get out with $175 loss, because that's where your stop is. It'd be different if you say, well, I'm going to keep bag holding it and not getting out at the ones. I'm talking to KV Ray in our YouTube room, in our main room now. Yeah, so you're answering your questions then. If you're definitely over trading and taking super risky setups, then I think you're probably over trading. Well, then you're answering your own question. Are we still in a trade right now, or are we done for the day? Well, I'm not in anything right now, but I'm sure there might be others who are still in trades. I'm wrapping up at 2:30, but the other room, Robert, will be open until 4. Okay, so you can let me. I should do that now before I forget. If you still want to talk trading and all, you can do so in the other room, even though I'll be gone. There'll be still people there, so you can click on my homepage link. Give me one moment. Sure don't like the way you have to toggle getting rid of the favorites. Just give me a moment. Okay, sorry guys, I just had to get rid of all this. Not that my favorites or anything I should be hiding. Okay, so clicking on my homepage link. Just stocks here, Robert. Okay, just stocks. The program Trade Ideas does not scan for Forex or futures. Okay, it's just stocks. So if you click on my homepage link and you do want to continue to trade or to talk trading anyway, right up here, the trading room, and it'll be open till a little after 4. I think William says he'll keep it open till about 4:10, and that's when Tesla releases earnings. Okay. Now, it doesn't mean there's nobody trading Forex or futures, but it's just that, all we do scan for are stocks. Well, that would have been a marvelous trade on that little sell flag here of the SPY, right around 581. almost just a little blip up here, a little bit, a little one here, but basically straight down from 581 to 574. William, you better be out of PC. Otherwise, I'll ban you from the room for bad trading. Never. So the question, I don't trade earnings, okay, Ander. After hours, I mean, I just don't do it. I don't trade earnings after hours. So in other words, one of the reasons is, I mean, you can, I won't be around, but I mean, I'll be able to look at what Tesla did. You can see some giant moves after hours in the first minute. Okay, you can see a stock that moves higher and then lower and higher and then lower before it kind of settles down. So no, I rarely trade after hours. The only time I'll trade after hours is if I happen to be in a stock still, okay, and then I'll be watching it after, and I'm making money in it, and it's closed near the high of the day at the end. So I may keep it and see what happens after hours, or some stock that I know has been very active all day, and then it closes near the high. I may watch it after hours to see if it does something crazy, but few and far between. Few and far between do I trade after hours. I mean, to be honest, I cannot remember the last time. No, I'm not banning you, Robert. I'm talking. Okay, all right. No, I'm talking to William in our YouTube room, who took PC on a little bounce and was making a little bit of money. And I certainly don't hold through earnings. I know somebody, I don't know if you're still in the YouTube room, who was that asked that question? Charlie asked the question. I don't know if you're still in the room. Just give me a moment. Yeah, what is your sentiment on Tesla for earnings? I saw that question. This is when I was on my break and Steve was in the room. I don't know what he said, but I don't have a bias one way or the other. I mean, I could go to 20 different websites. 18 of them could say Tesla's going to tank. Two of them could say Tesla's going to do well. Therefore, I guess I should listen to all those sites that say it's going to tank. I still wouldn't do it. Even if you told me, gave me unless Tesla says, we just sold 30 million cars this quarter, okay. But even if you gave me a glimpse at what they're going to release, still wouldn't do it. And I couldn't buy. I would not hold it through the earnings. It's just it's all about guidance. Also, what are they guiding in the next quarter? It's not just all about what they did in the previous quarter. So. But you can kind of see the bets are being placed right now. But listen, would it surprise me? There's the high right there on the daily chart, 224, this little area. Would it surprise me to wake up tomorrow morning and it to be at 250? No. It also wouldn't surprise me to be under 200. So actually, that probably would surprise me more. But the bets appear to being placed, ahead of time, but you just never know. The low on the monthly chart is 181. That's 2 months ago. It's about Tesla's margins. Okay, William. There's still really not. And like a serious compare. Well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, I just don't see. I mean, again, I live in Vancouver, and maybe we're one of the Tesla capitals of the world. I think. I mean, I just see so many Teslas. Um, I can't identify, for instance, GE or Ford or General Motors or Ford, what their electric vehicles are. I really can't. I see the odd Rivian, and I'm talking about the odd one. In fact, it could be the same one, you know, sort of a purple colored Rivian. But I just don't see any. I hardly see any Polestars. But I see, I would say it's like 99 out of 100 EVs that I see, they're all Teslas. All right, guys, it's 2:24, so getting close to the end for me today. Again, I'll always stick around if there are questions. You know what was an excellent earnings play? I completely lost sight of it. Was the LRN. Look how well this traded all day long. We talked about this in the pre-market, and it had, look at a 15-minute chart. It really had no pullbacks at all. Very, very minor pullbacks. Up 36%. I mean, that was already up a lot in the pre-market, but it kept climbing and climbing and climbing. I mean, that went from 82 to 88. Not bad. But I lost sight of it. If you recall, if you're in the pre-market, I said this reminds me a lot of GM. I don't mean it's obviously not the same segment, but it looked kind of the same. And remember what GM did when it had earnings a couple of days ago? It just kept moving higher, inching its way. No giant moves, just kind of inching its way. Even on a 5-minute chart, just a little pullback here. I mean, hardly anything. So tomorrow, the goal is to find one of these. And we saw that, but we saw it in the pre-market. Okay, guys. Well, I don't see any questions, so I think I will wrap this up. So for the YouTubers, I'm going to have to shut you guys down because there's nobody left to moderate. So one last time, I will put my homepage link in if you want to head over to the main room. It'll be open till 4 or 4:10 for the Tesla earnings. So just click on my homepage link, and you'll see at the top something that a section called Trading Room. Just click on that, and that'll get you into the main room. You too, Shaw. So I'm going to shut you guys down on YouTube right now.